Chapter 3805. So they still came. Looking at the three figures walking out of the void, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. These three people were none other than Yu Ming, Bailiamo, and Changtian. Needless to say, Yu Ming had long been his wife and was the first demon saint to help him fight against the demon race. Yang Kai had benefited a lot from her, his soul soaring because of her primordial yin. Changtian was also very good to him, even intending to let him rule over the 100-spirit continent. Although Bailiamo was forced to do so because she was under his control, she had also contributed a lot in the War of the Two Realms over the years. Previously, when he saw Endless Desolate and the others obey Mo Shang's orders, Yang Kai had been secretly vigilant, fearing that Yu Ming and the others would do the same. But now, it seemed that Yu Ming and the others had not been able to escape the great demon god's suppression, and their situation was even worse than Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. Because of this, Yu Ming, Bailey, and Changtian looked like puppets under his control. Their expressions were silent, and their eyes were empty, as if their bodies and minds were not under their control. But even if they were just puppets, they were still three demon saint-level puppets. Although he was worried, Yang Kai felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. When the Second War of the Two Realms broke out, 10 demon saint broke through the barrier and used secret techniques to restrain the 10 top masters of Star Boundary, trapping them in an inexplicable space. Not long after, Shueli, Fuyu, and Huobu escaped, and these three demon saints' original opponents were Yu Ming, Bailiamo, and Changtian. Now it seemed that the reason Shueli and the others were able to escape was because Yu Ming and the others were from the demon race. They did not need the other demon saint to restrict their freedom. Instead, it was Zhan Wu Hin and the others who had to stay behind with Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. However, Yang Kai did not know what the situation was before. Since Shueli and the others had escaped, he was naturally worried about the safety of Yu Ming and the others, fearing that they had encountered some mishap. Yu Ming and the others were not great emperors of Star Boundary, so Yang Kai could not sense their auras. Although the current situation was bad, their lives is to say the least. Despair, boy, Mo's demon saint, and Mo Shang's voice boomed like thunder. As he spoke, the three figures that came out of the crack pounced towards Yang Kai. Zhan Wu Hin and the others turned pale with fright when they saw this. They knew that Yang Kai could not be disturbed in his current state, not to mention facing the attacks of three demon saint-level powerhouses. If the three of them were allowed to get close to Yang Kai, he definitely would not be able to resist. They wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, but Huang Wuji and the other demon saints were desperately entangling them, not giving them the slightest opportunity. They could only watch helplessly as the three figures rapidly approached Yang Kai. 3 sensational waves of pressure pressed down on Yang Kai's head, and before they even arrived, 3 terrifying divine abilities had already been unleashed. Wukong, Zhan Wu Hin roared. On this battlefield, everyone was too busy to be distracted. Only Wukong had extra energy. If they wanted to protect Yang Kai, they could only rely on Wukong's strength. He never thought that there would be a day when he would fight side by side with Wukong. Ever since the War of the Great Emperors, Zhan Wu Hin had always wanted to tear Wukong into pieces. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would need Wukong's help? The current situation could only be said to be a joke of fate. Fortunately, although Wukong was treacherous, he also knew that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort to save the 7 great emperors. Wukong's figure flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. He shook his arms and laughed strangely. His face was full of fanaticism, as if he had traveled back in time to tens of thousands of years and returned to the time when he was in high spirits during the War of the Shattered Star Sea. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the most resounding sign in the Star Boundary. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was feared by millions of beings. At that time, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were invincible existences. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor, territory, with Wukong as the center, a ring of all-devouring aura spread out in all directions, enveloping a large area of the void. When the three divine technique blasted by the demon Saint Masters fell into this area, it was as if their power was immediately sucked away by something, and they weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, right after that, Wukong let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. As he flew, he cursed, "Wukong, you dog! Don't treat this old master's body as if it's not your own." In his knowledge sea, Duan Hongchun was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. After all, this body was still his, so how could he bear to see it suffer any damage? Jia 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 jia. Blood flowed from the corner of Wukong's mouth, but he was laughing happily. Then let's not care about that brat's life or death and take advantage of this opportunity to devour more. Duan Hongqian was suddenly speechless. Yang Kai was now the key to the survival of the star boundary, so how could he not care? In order to hunt down Wukong, he did not hesitate to cut off his own cultivation, falling from the realm of great emperors to the Tao source realm, and killed his way into the shattered star sea to search for clues. It could be seen how much sacrifice he was willing to make for the common people. His honorific title was Red Dust, and what he comprehended was the Tao of Red Dust. Among all the great emperors, no one cared more about the life and death of the billions of living beings in the star boundary than him. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and show your cards," Duan Hongchun said anxiously when he saw the three newly appeared demon saint rushing towards Yang Kai. If Wukong was at his peak, he might not be afraid of these three demon saint puppets, but after all, he was only relying on his own body to recover, so he could not be compared to his peak state. He had suffered a big loss just now. "What are you panicking for?" Wukong sneered in response. "That brat seems to have a trump card too." In his line of sight, Yang Kai was not as flustered as he had imagined. Instead, he looked indifferent. When his voice fell, he saw a woman among the three figures suddenly let out a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back and she fainted, falling straight down from the sky. Even though Wukong had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years and had seen many things, he was still shocked by this scene. He could not help but widen his eyes in horror. What the hell? The figure who fainted and fell from the sky was not an ordinary woman, but one of the demon saint in the demon territory. How could a demon saint faint for no reason? It was nothing more than Yang Kai using some kind of mysterious method, but he did not see any trace of it at all. Three demon saint appeared brazenly at this most critical moment, but one of them was directly crippled. Such a situation was really a bit unbelievable. Just as he was confused, the great demon god's angry roar rang in his ears. "Divine soul brand. You actually planted a divine soul brand in her knowledge sea." Wukong's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai. For a moment, this brat was like a celestial being. It had to be known that Yang Kai had just been promoted to the rank of great emperors and was only a high-ranked demon king before. With the power of a high-ranked demon king, he was actually able to plant a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea and control the freedom and life of that female demon saint. How did he do it? Wukong believed himself to be a peerless genius, otherwise, he would not have been able to create such a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring great emperor. On his path of growth, fighting above his realm was a common occurrence and killing powerful enemies was as easy as pinching a conch with his fingers. But when he recalled his life in the star boundary, he had never been able to achieve such a feat as Yang Kai. A demon saint's status and strength were equivalent to great emperors, so how could Wukong have the ability to plant a divine soul brand in a great emperor's knowledge sea when he was just a third-layer emperor? If he had really done so, he would have definitely suffered a fatal backlash. Wukong clicked his tongue in wonder. Yang Kai had never thought that the divine soul brand he had planted in Bailey Mo's knowledge sea would play a role at this time. When he was a high-ranked demon king, even with the divine soul brand, Yang Kai could not control Bailey Mo's life and death. At most, he could only use the brand to cause her some pain. It was also because of this that Bailey Mo was forced to rely on him. But now that Yang Kai had the power of great emperors, he indeed had the ability to kill Bailey Mo with a single thought. However, Bailey Mo's betrayal was not out of her own volition, so Yang Kai could only knock her out. As for whether or not there would be any trauma or sequelae, time was of the essence right now. With the enemy before them, Yang Kai could not care so much. The moment Bai Liamo fainted, Yang Kai looked at another graceful figure and roared, "Ru Meng!" The mournful voice went straight to the depths of Bai Liamo's heart, causing ripples to appear in her clouded heart. Ru Meng's hand movements paused slightly as a trace of struggle flashed across her empty eyes. But that was all. Even though she had heard Yang Kai's voice in her muddle-headed state and had instinctively reacted, as a member of the demon race, she could not escape the grasp of the great demon god. Wukong once again moved to block Bai Liamo's attack and said without looking back, "Boy, if you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Yang Kai's mouth was full of bitterness. "What trump cards do I have?" Being able to knock Bai Liamo out was already a stroke of luck, and it was all thanks to the soul brand he had planted in her back then. Although he and Ru Meng were connected by a heart seal secret technique, it could not be compared to the soul brand. In a situation where one's mind was blinded, the heart seal secret technique could not play much of a role. Unless Ru Meng suffered a great shock, it would be impossible for her to recover on her own, and this shock would be a price Yang Kai could not afford to pay. Wukong grinned maliciously, "Then it's up to this old master." As soon as his words fell, his expression suddenly became fierce. "Reckless juniors, do you really think this king is powerless against you? When this king dominated the world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk." With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai's devouring force reappeared as he faced the two demon saint alone. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't hurt her. Kill that woman." Scram! How could Wukong pay any attention to him? In a battle of life and death, showing mercy to one's enemy was cruel to oneself. It was the stupidest thing to do. Boom, 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 boom. Wukong was fighting against the joint forces of two devil saints by himself, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The aftershocks of the battle swept out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. Chapter 3806. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was unrealistic to expect Wukong to show mercy to Ru Meng, and regardless of who won or lost in this battle, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. The only thing he could do now was to destroy the great demon god's plan as soon as possible in order to salvage the situation. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts, turned his eyes to the front, and shouted, "Emo Sheng, die!" The world energy swept out, suppressing the demonic qi, sweeping away the haze and restoring light to the dim world. Emo Sheng roared. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and murderous intent. Just a little bit more, and his plan would have come to a perfect conclusion, but it was this little bit that caused him to fail at the last moment. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning and forbearance had been ruined at this critical moment by a boy who had only lived for a little more than 100 years. The anger in Emo Sheng's heart was unquenchable. Unable to borrow the power of the great emperors in this world, no matter how many methods he had, he could not compete with Yang Kai for control of the world energy. As for the last trump card he had pinned his hopes on, one of them had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai, leaving the other two unable to break through Wukong's defenses in a short time. I can't delay any longer. If he continued to delay, the situation on his side would only become even worse. Emo Sheng had lived for so many years and was a decisive person. Seeing that he could not stop Yang Kai, he immediately made a decision in his heart. All of you will pay the price. As he roared, the demonic qi in the world began to tumble violently, as if it had turned into a sentient being and poured into the great demon god's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds began to move, and as far as the eye could see, the demonic qi in the entire star boundary began to madly converge into the great demon god's body. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Although he didn't know why Emo Sheng was doing this, it was obvious that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. It could be said that this battle had reached its most critical juncture. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless in the slightest, his eyes staring at Emo Sheng's movements without blinking, unwilling to miss the slightest movement. At the same time, Ru Meng, who was entangled with Wukong, suddenly attacked Wukong without any regard for her own life, leaving herself open. Wukong could only defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Chang Tian retreated and pounced toward Zhan Wuhan. Yang Kai was startled when he saw this, not knowing what this meant. However, this was obviously the great demon god's command, and no matter what the great demon god's intentions were, he could not let things go as he wished. Yang Kai shouted, "Stop him!" But how could he stop him? Chang Tian was also a demon saint-level master. If he wanted to escape, even if Yang Kai personally took action, he could not stop him, not to mention that Wukong was still entangled with Yu Ming. Watching Chang Tian rapidly approach Zhan Wuhan, the uneasy feeling in Yang Kai's heart grew stronger. With a loud bang, Chang Tian charged into the battlefield and combined his strength with Desolate Infinite, forcing Zhan Wuhan, who was originally evenly matched, to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Desolate Infinite turned around and rushed in the direction of Great Demon God. Zhan Wuhan wanted to chase after him, but Chang Tian sacrificed himself to stop him, forcing Zhan Wuhan to defend himself. Now that he was free, Huang Wuji's speed increased. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the first demon saint in the demon territory plunged into the great demon god's huge body and disappeared. A ferocious laugh resounded through the world. "All of you will die." As soon as his words fell, the huge body collapsed and shrank, converging towards the center. Faintly, the outline of another figure was revealed. That figure was none other than Huang Wuji, who had just entered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed. How could he not understand the great demon god's plan? Previously, he was a little puzzled. Although the great demon god had appeared, his huge body was completely condensed from demonic qi. Even if he had devoured most of the spiritual aura of Star, how could he recover? Now, it seemed that soul entering the body of a master was undoubtedly an excellent method. This method was similar to possession, and the demon race was born because of him, so naturally there was nothing wrong with it. It could be said that as long as the great demon god was willing, he could possess any demon race without any hidden dangers. Understanding this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the great demon god did not choose to possess Yu Ming, otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Facing Yu Ming, should he kill her or not? If he killed her, Yu Ming would definitely die, but if he didn't kill her, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the entire star boundary. However, Yu Ming was a woman after all, and as long as the great demon god hadn't gone mad, he shouldn't try to possess her. Was he forced into a corner? Previously, Imo Shang had been competing with him for the ownership of the last piece of pure land in this world, but due to various unforeseen circumstances, he could only change his plan. Yang Kai didn't know what would happen if the last piece of pure land was swallowed by the great demon god, but judging from the current situation, it was definitely an unacceptable outcome for the star boundary. The facts were just as Yang Kai had guessed. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, how could Imo Shang have changed his plan? In his original plan, he didn't need to seize the body of others. As long as he could completely devour the spiritual aura of the star boundary, with the help of the broken palm and his divine ability, he would be able to reconstruct his body. At that time, even if he couldn't restore his full strength, he wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. He could slowly recover in the future, and there would be a day when he would be completely healed. However, because Yang Kai had desperately held onto the last piece of pure land, he had lost a part of the spiritual aura he had devoured, so he had no choice but to change his plan. Compared to the entire star boundary, the size of the last piece of pure land in the High Heaven Palace was almost insignificant, and the amount of spiritual aura it contained was just a drop in the bucket. However, what was missing was incomplete. A bright jade was flawed, a bright pearl covered in dust. The consequences of this incomplete spiritual aura were far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. With a roar that shook the heavens, a surging anger swept out like a tsunami. Anyone who felt this anger could clearly feel the unwillingness of the great demon god. As the boundless demonic qi gathered, Huang Wuji, who had thrown himself into it, let out a miserable scream, as if he was enduring great torture and pain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth as he stared off into the distance with a dignified expression. The first battle with the great demon god had already ended. This battle had been centered around the battle for the last piece of pure land to protect the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had successfully defended that piece of pure land in the end, it could not be said to be a victory. At most, he had gained the upper hand. However, this slight advantage had caused the star boundary to pay an extremely painful price. Many star boundary soldiers had died, and many emperors had perished. This was far from the end. The next battle would be the one that would decide the fate of the world. If he won, the world would be at peace, but if he lost, the star boundary would be destroyed. Even facing a master outside the star boundary, Yang Kai's fighting spirit soared, because at this moment, he was not alone. It could be said that from the beginning until now, he had not been fighting alone. At his side, there were several dozen armies from the star boundary, and behind him, there was the entire star boundary. All of a sudden, Huang Wuji's screams stopped and turned into hideous laughter. Then, a huge body began to expand rapidly. Unlike before, when his body was completely condensed from demonic qi, the great demon god at this moment truly possessed his own body. This behemoth was over 1,000 meters tall, and as the demonic qi in his body surged, his body continued to expand. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground, casting a shadow that obscured the light in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until 10,000 meters later that the great demon god's body stopped changing, and at this moment, the terrifying master that appeared in front of everyone's eyes no longer had the appearance of Huang Wuji. The real Huang Wuji had been completely annihilated from this world. A horn had sprouted from his forehead, and his two huge eyes were like two small suns, exuding an astonishing light. The hot breath from his nostrils seemed to be able to burn through the void. When he raised his hand, the sky was torn apart, and when he stepped on the ground, the earth shattered. His lofty eyes overlooked all living beings. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire star boundary. Even the great emperors felt their chests tighten, and their blood tumbled. Insignificant ants, you think you are invincible just because you want to defend this star boundary? What a joke. Today, this seat will teach you what it means by there is always someone stronger than you. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. In the sky, dense fog flowed, and the aura from his body was something that none of the great emperors could compare to. At this moment, a wisp of purple energy suddenly came from the east, appearing behind the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The purple energy dissipated, revealing a slender figure. Holding a sword in one hand, a solemn expression on her face, she wiped her sword with her fingers and shouted, "Slash!" As her words fell, she slashed down with her sword. The moment the sword came out, a huge phantom of a woman appeared behind the slender figure. This woman's appearance was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this mortal world. Holding a sword in her hand, she mercilessly slashed at the great demon god. The change was so sudden that not only Yang Kai couldn't react in time, but even the great demon god couldn't react in time. He had just possessed his own body and was in high spirits. Therefore, when this sword slashed down, he didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. In the end, he was still the great demon god. The moment he felt the crisis, he tilted his body and threw a punch behind him. The shocking sword slashed down, and the slender figure was sent flying with blood spurting out of her mouth. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through silk rang out. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god roared in pain. His body staggered, and wherever his feet stepped, huge pits would appear one after another. Descendant of Tianxing, the great demon god turned his head and glared, the anger in his eyes almost tangible. Ruashi. Yang Kai was first overjoyed, then shocked. He was overjoyed that Zhang Ruashi had come out of seclusion at this time. Calculating the time, she shouldn't have come out yet. Previously, she had asked him to delay the great demon god for a while and had given him a very clear time, but she had actually come out ahead of time. Now, it seemed that Zhang Ruashi had deliberately misled the great demon god. He was shocked that Ruashi had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood as soon as she came out of seclusion. Chapter 3807. Although Zhang Ruoxi vomited blood and was sent flying as soon as she came out of seclusion, the power of that one sword strike was extremely significant. The great demonic god had just reformed his body when the left half of his arm was directly chopped off, falling to the ground like a small mountain. Blood flowed like a fountain as the great demonic god roared in pain again and again. A figure quickly rushed over there. His eyes were full of greed, like a hungry wolf that had seen delicious food. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the broken arm that had fallen on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken arm disappeared. No one knew where it had been put away by him. Yang Kai, who was rushing towards Zhang Ruoxi, glanced over and found that this person was Wukong. His face couldn't help turning black. On the other hand, Wu Kuang, who had put away his severed arm, couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with satisfaction. "Bastard!" the great demon god roared. In a moment of carelessness, one of his arms had been cut off. This wasn't a small injury for him, but as long as his severed arm was still intact, he would only need to pay a small price to recover. But now, someone had actually taken his severed arm away. How could he endure this? His severed arm being taken away meant that he would have to regrow it, and the price he would have to pay was not small. With a roar, the great demon god opened his hand and grabbed towards Wukong. As the giant hand descended, it seemed to seal the world. Wukong's face changed drastically, and he immediately dodged. Yang Kai had already caught Zhang Ruoxi, who had been sent flying, and asked with concern, "How are you?" Zhang Ruoxi's face was slightly pale, but she still smiled. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as she pursed her lips. "Sir, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled. "Yes, long time no see." It had been several decades since Zhang Ruoxi entered the blood door. Whether it was for Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, this was a very long time. However, even though they hadn't seen each other for several decades, there wasn't the slightest estrangement between them, as if they had just parted yesterday. But Zhang Ruoxi was no longer the timid little girl she used to be. Now, she had inherited the power of heaven's punishment and was a genuine descendant of heaven's punishment. The power of her sword strike just now had demonstrated her current strength. Ruoxi has long wanted to fight side by side with Sir. Now, I finally have this opportunity, even though there were powerful enemies and the world was turned upside down. The smile on Zhang Ruoxi's face was still incomparably bright. Yang Kai nodded then. "I'd like to see how powerful Ruoxi is now." "Hey, you too. If you don't come over and help me, I'll die." He Ruoxi's backs as he turned his head. He Ruo's ants eyes, he's, and his Ruoxi's, he's ants. He, s's she's. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled. Then, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Wukong, hold on a little longer. This king will be there soon." Wukong's face turned black when he heard this. He cursed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and focused all his attention on dealing with great demon god. "Ruoxi, lend me a hand." Yang Kai turned around and stared at the other figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Zhang Ruoxi gripped her heavenly punishment sword and nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, his space principle surging and wrapping around Zhang Ruoxi as he rushed in front of Yu Ruming. Yu Ruming had been entangled with Wukong before, but Wukong had used some unknown method to shake her off. It seemed that Wukong's ability was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Wukong escaped, Yu Ruming stood in place blankly until this moment. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi appeared together, Yu Ruming's expression changed and a pure divine sense gushed out from her knowledge sea, turning into a boundless soul attack that blasted towards Yang Kai. Yu Ruming was a succubus demon and was most proficient in soul power. If it were any other ordinary great emperors, even if Zheng Wuhin was here, they would have been affected by such a blow. However, Yang Kai was special to Yu Ruming. Back then, his soul had skyrocketed due to the power of Yu Ruming's primordial yin. At that time, Yu Ruming had told him that from then on, no succubus demon would be able to use soul power to confuse him, not even her. Therefore, even though the soul attack was powerful, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to it. His mind shook slightly before he calmly stretched out his hands and grabbed towards Yu Ruming. Although Yu Ming was under the control of the great demon god and her body and mind were involuntarily controlled, the fighting instincts that had been hidden in her body for countless years were still present. Facing Yang Kai's grab, her figure flickered and retreated. Zhang Ruo, she blocked her back at the right time and slashed down with the heavenly punishment sword. Don't hurt her. Yang Kai was shocked. He did not have time to explain his relationship with Yu Ming to Zhang Ruo, nor did he expect Zhang Ruo to be so decisive. He hurriedly shouted. Zhang Ruo frowned and stopped the slash. Surprisingly, she was able to control it freely. Being attacked from the front and back at such a close distance, even if Yu Ming was a demon saint, it would be difficult for her to resist. Her shoulders tightened as Yang Kai's two big hands grabbed her. Ming. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes and shouted. The expression on Yu Ming's face changed slightly, as if she was struggling, as if she had some reaction to his shout. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai's divine sense rushed towards Yu Ming, wanting to take her into his sealed world bead. As long as he could take her into his sealed world bead, everything would be fine. The struggle only lasted for a moment before Yu Ming raised her hand and slammed it down on Yang Kai's chest. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the power contained in her jade palm was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and when it hit Yang Kai's chest, it made a deafening noise, causing shockwaves visible to the naked eye to spread out in all directions, shaking the world. Although Yu Ming's succubus demon body was not good at melee combat, she was still a demon saint. Under these few palm strikes, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and several of his ribs were broken. However, he refused to let go, his divine sense surging like a tide. However, the more the sealed world bead resisted, the greater the consumption. It was extremely difficult to forcibly take in a demon saint. Although Yang Kai had the power of the great emperors, if Yu Ming did not cooperate, it would be impossible for him to successfully take her into his sealed world bead. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pink fist came from behind and hit the back of Yu Ming's head mercilessly. That vast and mighty movement made people wonder if Yu Ming's head would be smashed by that punch. Yu Ming's head was not smashed, and Zhang Ruo, she had obviously controlled her strength. However, Yu Ming obviously did not have a good time under this punch. She was dizzy from the blow, and the palm she used to slap Yang Kai instantly lost its strength. With a swish, Yu Ming disappeared. She was directly taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. Sir, are you all right? Zhang Ruo, she nervously came up to support him. Yang Kai coughed a few times, clutching his chest, slowly shaking his head. At the same time, he immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead to investigate. Yu Ming was fine, and although Zhang Ruo, she's punch was powerful, it had only shaken her a little. After entering the sealed world bead, the great demon god's control over her seemed to have weakened a lot. At this moment, the expression on Yu Ming's face was very strange, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep. However, even if she completely broke free from the great demon god's control, Yang Kai would not dare to let her out again. Emosheng's suppression of the demon race was too strong. If he really let Yu Ming out, it would definitely be more of a hindrance than a help. There was no time to wait for Yu Ming to wake up and explain anything to her. Wukong's voice became even more urgent. What are you waiting for? He was facing the wrath of the great demon god alone and was really exhausted. If Yang Kai did not come to help, it would take at most half a cup of tea's time for him to die. It's time to end all of this. Yang Kai took a light breath, stretched out his hand, and with a dragon's roar, the blue dragon spear appeared in his hand. The 10-meter-long spear exuded an ancient aura, attracting Zhang Ruo's attention. With her current eyesight, she could naturally see that this spear was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, this treasure did not seem to be something that could be found in the star boundary. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's momentum soared. Sir, take care of yourself. There will be a surprise waiting for you. Zhang Ruo, she said, and as her sword light flashed, she flew out and slashed towards great demon god from afar. Surprise? Yang Kai was startled, but before he could ask for more details, Zhang Ruo, she had already rushed over. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and only the 1,000-meter-tall great demon god remained in his eyes. With a face like jade and a spear like a dragon, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward, and as he did so, a dragon's roar resounded through the world. When he thrust his spear, it was in its normal form, but when it arrived in front of the great demon god, it had transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The blue dragon's spear in his hand also expanded as he thrust it straight towards the great demon god's heart. The power of this spear caused the world to change color. World force gathered on the blue dragon spear, and with the blessing of the world's will, not to mention a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, even a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would collapse under this spear. The great demon god did not dare to ignore the power of this spear and stretched out his hand to slap Yang Kai, sending a violent force through his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes bulged. World force? His 1,000-meter-long dragon body was involuntarily sent flying back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, Zhang Ruoshi was also forced to retreat. Wukong had already run to the side when the two arrived and used his divine technique, but to no avail. The combined strength of the three was unable to hurt the great demon god at all. If the great demon god had not been so careless, not expecting Zhang Ruoshi to suddenly come out of seclusion at that time, perhaps he would not have lost an arm so easily. At this moment, his severed arm had been regenerated, and the most obvious price to pay was that his 1,000-meter-long body had shrunk by about 2,000 meters. It seemed that the sacrifice he had made was not small. The great demon god was very strong, and Yang Kai had been mentally prepared for this. If he had not been strong, the flowing time great emperor would not have been defeated so easily. One had to know that the flowing time great emperor of that era was invincible while the great demon god of that era had not yet recovered from his injuries. Chapter 3808. He had killed the flowing time great emperor at his peak with his unhealed body. Even though he had been beaten to a pulp afterwards, the gap between them was clear at a glance. The great demon god's strength was above that of the flowing time great emperor's great emperors. Yang Kai knew that he was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Needless to say, he and Wukong were both great emperors. Although Zhang Ruoshi wasn't a great emperor, she wasn't inferior to any of the great emperors at this moment. In other words, the great demon god was able to resolve the joint attack of the three great emperors. This battle was different from the previous one. Before, it was a battle for the ownership of the last piece of the Pure Land. What mattered was one's control over the world energy. Whoever had greater control over the world energy would have the upper hand. It had nothing to do with one's own strength. In such a battle, Yang Kai had a unique advantage thanks to the Star Boundaries world will. He hadn't experienced the terror of the great demon god yet, but at this moment, he truly felt the power of the great demon god. What's more, the world energy was extremely confusing to him. Logically speaking, only those who bore the world will could mobilize the world energy. How could the great demon god use it? The world energy on the great demon god's side was a little unfamiliar to Yang Kai, as if it wasn't the Star Boundaries world energy. Seemingly seeing the confusion in Yang Kai's heart, Zhang Ruoshi explained, "The path of martial Tao is divided into world energy and world energy. Inside world energy, the Emperor Realm is the peak, while above Emperor Realm, one can break free from the shackles of world energy and jump out of it. His current cultivation is at the Heaven Opening Realm, so he can mobilize the world energy without the help of world energy." Heaven Opening Realm? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Just like when he first heard about the Tao Source Realm after escaping from the Lower Star Territory, he was surprised and a little excited. So, this is the path after the great emperors? Previously, Emo Sheng had also said that the so-called great emperors were merely a title and not a realm. Now that he was also one of the great emperors, he could empathize with Emo Sheng's words. The reason why the great emperors were called the great emperors was because they could mobilize the power of the world and control the power of the entire world. In essence, they had not transcended the emperor realm, but they were indeed much stronger than the average emperor realm. They relied on the world and carried the weight of the world. Only the great emperors were the great emperors. Without this world, the great emperors would not live up to their name. As Zhang Ruoxi said, after reaching the emperor realm, one needed to break free from the shackles of the universe, transcend the world, and create their own world within their own body. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the sensation of swallowing the worldly elixir in the mysterious Heaven Palace. When the worldly elixir had exploded in his stomach, he had felt as if the world had been created. Is this what it feels like? He did not doubt Zhang Ruoxi's words. Ruoxi had obtained Tianxing's inheritance, and Tianxing, like the great demon god, was a master outside of the universe. Naturally, he would not be unfamiliar with the martial Tao system outside of the universe. No wonder the great demon god could mobilize the power of the world. Yang Kai had thought that there was a mistake somewhere, but now it seemed that the great demon god was not using the Star Boundaries world force, but his own. He had long since broken free from the shackles of the universe and formed his own world within his body. What realm are you at now? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Zhang Ruoxi curiously. Ruoxi slowly shook her head. Within the universe. Although Ruoxi's strength had greatly increased after going into seclusion, it had still taken her several decades to do so. The inheritance she obtained couldn't possibly allow her to grow beyond the level of the great demon god in such a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ruoxi was as strong as a heavenly emperor, she still hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm. Then aren't we doomed? Yang Kai grinned, but despite his words, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a look of eagerness on his face. He was very familiar with fighting those above his realm, and now that he was going to fight those above his realm as one of the great emperors, he was suddenly looking forward to it. Zhang Ruoxi said, "That's hard to say. His strength has fallen greatly, and he is no longer at his peak. Who lives and who dies will depend on their own means." That's exactly what I was thinking. When the last word fell, Yang Kai had already blasted his spear towards the great demon god. In front of the giant spear, a black ball flashed and disappeared, filling the air with a world-collapsing aura. Zhang Ruoxi also slashed down with her sword, her movements elegant and otherworldly, as if she was an otherworldly being. However, the power of this sword strike caused Emosheng's expression to change slightly. When the sword slashed down, a look of pain appeared on his face, as if he had been hit by an invisible attack, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. At this moment, the azure dragon spear arrived in front of him. Emosheng was unable to parry it in time, and the spear struck his shoulder. As the world energy collided, blood and flesh splattered from his shoulder, and large chunks of flesh flew out. His huge body staggered back as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. So that's how it is. A burst of laughter rang out as Wukong flew forward with a fanatical look in his eyes. The heaven-opening realm? Huh? It seems this old master didn't take the wrong path. As he spoke, an illusory scene suddenly appeared behind him. It was a garden with beautiful scenery. There was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and a small pond in the corner. The pond water was clear, and a few koi fish were swimming in it. Beside the pond was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a stone table, and a chessboard was laid out horizontally. The black and white pieces were entangled with each other, and beside the pavilion, a few peach blossoms were falling down in a riot of colors, rendering the scenery extremely beautiful. But from this illusory scene, an extremely terrifying aura could be felt. This was the aura of an entire universe world. As early as the last time he encountered Wukong, Yang Kai had learned that he was devouring the territory of various large and small celestial stars. Yang Kai had even set his sights on his Hung Luo star field. He had also entered this garden before, so he knew the mysteries behind it. This small garden was the result of the fusion of countless celestial stars. The chessboard on the stone table was a vast star field, and the chess pieces were cultivation stars. The last time Yang Kai had come to this garden, there were no peach blossoms, but now, looking at it again, there were many things he had never seen before. It seemed that during this time, Wukong had improved this garden quite a bit. Yang Kai faintly felt that his Hung Luo star field was most likely doomed. It had definitely been devoured by this old fogey. Previously, Yang Kai felt that Wukong's approach was too crazy and unreasonable, But now it seemed that he was the pioneer of the entire star boundary. Outside the universe world, one needed to break free from the shackles of the universe and create a new world. What was the difference between Wukong's actions and creating a new world? Yang Kai could also comprehend a deeper level of the martial Tao from this. From this point of view, it was not a fluke that Wukong could become the great emperors and shake the entire star boundary. His intelligence and wisdom were rare, otherwise, he would not have been able to create something like the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy. In a situation where everyone was confused about the path ahead, Wukong could rely on his own intelligence to figure out some things, making Yang Kai feel inferior. Now, Yang Kai finally understood why Duan Hongchun had allowed Wukong to do whatever he wanted without stopping him. Although the great emperors of the secular world cared about all living things, in the face of the temptation of a deeper level of the martial Tao, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Moreover, Wukong's action of devouring and fusing celestial territory this time was different from what he had done in the past. In the past, he had relied on the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy to destroy all life wherever he went. This time, although he used his ancestral territory as the core to devour and fuse countless celestial territories, he would not harm the foundation of these celestial territories and instead would bring unexpected benefits to the various celestial territories of the lower planes. The garden scene that appeared behind him was the best proof of this. The garden scene had transformed into a world of its own. Although it was not comparable to the world of heaven in the demon territory of the star boundary, it was much better than the various celestial territories of the lower planes. As long as he had this world in hand, Wukong would have the strength of the great emperors. Even without the star boundary to rely on, his strength would not be affected in the slightest. Laughing loudly, Wukong raised his hand and several koi fish that were playing in the pond suddenly leapt out, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they transformed into ferocious giant beasts. Opening their bloody mouths, which were full of jagged fangs, they pounced towards the great demon god. This old bastard is really patient. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Previously, when Wukong fought the great demon god alone, he looked like he could die at any time. But now, it seemed that he had been hiding his strength. Only now did he reveal his ferocious face. The giant beasts exuded terrifying world force from their bodies and arrived in front of the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The great demon god swung his fist and one of the beasts exploded, but the remaining beasts bit into different parts of his body and tore off chunks of flesh. The beasts did not stop and turned around to flee, turning back into koi fish and falling back into the pond. A look of intoxication immediately appeared on Wukong's face, as if he had eaten something delicious. Even his aura rose slightly. Even though they were on the same side, Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Taking advantage of the great demon god's distraction, Yang Kai's black dragon spear turned into a sky full of spear shadows and shot towards the great demon god. At the same time, Zhang Ruoxi's sword rained down like a waterfall, leaving terrifying wounds on the great demon god's body. "Ants dare to hurt me." The great demon god flew into a rage and waved his hand, shattering the sky full of spear shadows and sword rain. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi were both sent flying. At the same time, Wukong, who had quietly approached the great demon god, was also struck by a palm strike and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai vomited blood. Zhang Ruoxi vomited blood. Facing the three great emperors, only Wukong had managed to gain a slight advantage. The gap between their realms was like a chasm. Yang Kai's mouth was filled with bitterness as he held his spear in hand and locked his aura onto the great demon god. "He's coming." Zhang Ruoxi suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Stop him for a moment." Yang Kai didn't know who she was referring to, but seeing Ruoxi rush forward again, he could only grit his teeth and follow. With two loud bangs, the great demon god's huge figure exuded a boundless murderous aura. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's all-out attack lasted less than a breath of time before they felt a tremendous force bearing down on them, forcing them back involuntarily. Wherever this force passed, the void shattered. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Chapter 3809. The majestic aura it exuded was not one bit inferior to that of the great emperors. Yang Kai was surprised and looked up at the sky, only to see a black dot falling like a meteor at an extremely fast speed. A sense of familiarity emerged in his heart, as if he was very familiar with the object falling from the sky. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately understood who it was and couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise. The black dot rapidly enlarged as it fell, quickly turning into a terrifying object that was several hundred meters tall. It smashed straight towards the great demonic lord, its incomparably ferocious aura leaving no doubt that being struck by it would bring unbearable consequences. The great demon god obviously also sensed it and looked up, his eyes filled with anger as he raised his hand to block it and shouted, "Ant! Kong!" Before he could finish speaking, the behemoth had already smashed down, the huge impact directly sending the great demon god's 8,000-meter body flying. The ground cracked open, as if a huge earthquake had occurred, causing the entire northern territory to tremble. Roar! A deafening roar came out from its body. The colossus that fell from the sky roared towards the sky, venting the excitement in its heart. Its mountain-like fist pounded its own chest, producing a sound similar to that of a war drum. Layers of sound waves exploded outwards. Xiao Xiao! Yang Kai's eyes lost focus as he stared at the 1,000-meter-tall figure. If it weren't for the telepathic connection between them, he wouldn't have dared to recognize it. However, this huge monster in front of him was none other than Xiao Xiao, who had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door. Compared to before, Xiao Xiao was much stronger now. It was simply an earth-shattering change. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel an extremely pure and ancient divine spirit aura coming from him, as if it had stepped out from the long river of history and was the great emperor of the flowing time. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that Xiao Xiao was from the stone mongoose lineage, which contained the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit, Taiyu. The reason Xiao Xiao was brought into the blood door by Zhang Ruoxi was to inherit Taiyu's heavenly palace source. Several decades had passed, and Zhang Ruoxi had been awakened from her slumber to hunt the enemy, so how could Xiao Xiao still be inside? It was just that his speed was not as fast as Zhang Ruoxi's. So Zhang Ruoxi arrived first, and he followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had completely transcended the bloodline shackles of the stone mongoose lineage. He was now a true ancient divine spirit, Taiyu. This was the surprise Zhang Ruoxi mentioned before. Yang Kai's joy. At this critical moment of the Star Boundary's existence, the great emperors had returned one after another. Zhang Ruoxi had come out, and Xiao Zhao's appearance. All of his worries was now, even if he had to die now. Of the heavens. To be able to fight side by side with the many people in his heart, his body and mind were already filled with great happiness. In ancient times, divine spirits ran amok, and dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. However, this did not mean that other divine spirits were inferior to dragons and phoenixes. In the long-lost divine spirit ranking, there were many divine spirits whose strength was not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. The legendary Great Peng divine spirit even fed on dragons and was the mortal enemy of the dragon race. As for Taiyu, even among all the divine spirits in ancient times, he was one of the top existences. Inside the blood door, in the heavenly palace, with the help of Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tianxing, Xiao Xiao had completely integrated with his ancestors' bloodline and brought glory to his ancestors. At this moment, Taiyu and Xiao Xiao were no less powerful than the two elders of the dragon race. If not for this, great demon god would not have suffered a loss as soon as he appeared. His huge figure tumbled, collapsing mountains and reversing rivers wherever he passed. He flew for tens of thousands of kilometers before coming to a stop. When he stood up again, he was already in a sorry state. Great demon god flew into a rage. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhang Ruoxi and Wukong arrived like shadows. One slashed down with a rain of swords, while the other relied on the universe world behind him. When he waved his hand, the peach blossom petals on the peach trees scattered and turned into sharp attacks that cut through great demon god's huge body. Each of these attacks contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and each of them could not be taken lightly. Great Demon God roared in pain as blood spurted from his body. But it was not over yet. Taiyu Xiao rushed over again, taking advantage of Great Demon God's distraction to arrive in front of him in a few steps and raining punches down like a storm. Emo Shingon did not dare underestimate him and hurriedly defended himself. The two behemoths, thousands of meters tall, fought desperately between heaven and earth. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. As their fists and feet collided, a thunderous boom rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. After 3 breaths, Xiao was sent flying with several huge fist marks on his chest and a trace of pain showing on his angular face. Even with Wukong and Zhang Ruoshi distracting Great Demon God's attention, he was still not his opponent in this exchange. The gap between them could be imagined. But now, it already had the qualifications to compete with him. And what the star boundary lacked right now was this qualification. He was not afraid of losing, but he was afraid that the gap between them was so big that he did not even have the qualifications to fight. Yang Kai had already pounced forward. His 1,000-meter-long body was massive, but compared to the Great Demon God and Taiyu, it was still somewhat dwarfed. However, the lethality of the Black Dragon Spear was what the Great Demon God feared the most. This indestructible spear, coupled with Yang Kai's current ability to manipulate the world force and his own comprehension of the martial Tao, would make even Great Demon God feel uncomfortable if he were to take a hit from this spear. The spear seemed to envelop the entire world, and in a flash, the only thing left in the world was the divine light of the spear. Blood spurted out as several bloody holes appeared on Great Demon God's body. Scram! Great Demon God roared as he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. There was nothing fancy about it, but it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to avoid. Sir, be careful. Ruoshi paled as the huge woman phantom behind her reappeared and swung her sword towards Great Demon God's arm. Wukong laughed from the side, not paying any attention to Yang Kai's life or death. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was constantly in operation. From the Chinquan world behind him, several koi fish leapt out and turned into monsters that bit off Great Demon God's flesh and blood before returning to the pond. Although the two's attacks were not completely ineffective, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Great Demon God turned a blind eye to the two of them and only focused on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai paled as he pulled back his spear to defend himself. Just as the palm was about to arrive, the earth suddenly trembled and a drumming sound rang out. Yang Kai's eyes swept over from the corner of his eye, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Not far from his side, little Xiao, who had been blown away before, had returned. But this time he was holding up a mountain with both hands. This was a real mountain, and Yang Kai didn't know where little Xiao had pulled it out from. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. In just a few steps, little Xiao had arrived in front of Great Demon God and brought the mountain crashing down. Great Demon God had no choice but to raise his palm to block. Under this palm, the falling mountain was smashed to pieces, sending rubble flying everywhere. Using the cover of the rubble, the little figure rushed forward and grabbed one of the Great Demon God's arms with a twist of his arm. The two behemoths, each several thousand feet tall, once again came face to face with each other. But after suffering a loss just now, little Xiao had learned to be smart. Knowing that he was not a match for Great Demon God in a one-on-one fight, he did not give Great Demon God a chance to display his strength. After grabbing onto his arm, little Xiao clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it into Great Demon God's face. With a loud bang, Great Demon God's head snapped to the side and his brow bone cracked. However, his other fist also smashed into little Zhao's chest. Little Zhao's face immediately contorted in pain, but he refused to let go. Before Great Demon God could pull back his fist, little Zhao's other hand had already grabbed onto Great Demon God's wrist. The two behemoths were entangled with each other as they fell to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Good chance. Zhang Ruoshi's eyes lit up, and she wiped her heavenly punishment sword with her finger. Blood flowed down the blade as it hummed incessantly. Suddenly, A series of sword lights appeared behind her. Zhang Ruo, she then pointed her finger forward, and the sword lights turned into sharp attacks that shot towards Great Demon God. Wukong's laughter grew crazier and crazier, reaching a point where he had lost his mind. Yang Kai gripped his blue dragon spear with a solemn expression as he poured all of his strength into it. Each spear strike was powerful enough to seriously injure Great Emperor's or Demon Saint, but all it managed to do was leave bloody holes on Great Demon God's body. Great Demon God's blood flowed like a river as he cut an unprecedented sorry figure. Even in the 2 previous life and death battles he had faced with top masters, he had never been in such a sorry state. Now that his freedom was restricted by Taiyu and Little Xiao, he was completely powerless to resist the attacks of Yang Kai and the others. He was like a fish on a chopping board. Of these 3 people who had attacked him, which one of them was an ordinary person? The blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and the martial Dao true intent attached to it had made him suffer a lot. Zhang Ruo, she was the descendant of his old enemy, so she knew exactly what kind of attack could cause the most damage to Great Demon God. Finally, Wukong was proficient in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and was constantly devouring Great Demon God's essence. Great Demon God had always been confident in his victory and had always stood high above the clouds, looking down on all living beings. Even when his plan was ruined, Great Demon God was only angry, not afraid. Although his plan had been ruined, he could at most search for another universe world and spend some time to devour the aura of that world. Eventually, he would be able to recover. But now, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of uneasiness. These 4 ants that he didn't put in his eyes might really have the ability to slowly gnaw him into bones and make him fall here. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk the earth-shaking sounds continued. This battlefield was the key to the survival of the star boundary, so Yang Kai and the others did not hold back and went all out. The masters in the other battles also had to pay attention to this battle. Chapter 38:10. Seeing the Great Demon God being suppressed by 4 masters, the great emperors of the star boundary were naturally overjoyed, while the demon saint in the territory of the demon race had ashen faces. Under the investigation of countless divine senses, the great demon god's imposing aura began to weaken at a subtle rate. He had tried countless times to break free from Taiyu's grasp, but no matter how he attacked Xiao Xiao or what kind of injuries he inflicted, Xiao Xiao showed no signs of letting go. It was as if she would take him down with her even if she had to die. The demon saint was shocked. The great demon god was shocked. The defeat of the great demon god on the main battlefield caused many demon saints' hearts to feel uneasy, and even the great emperors and demon saints' battlefields began to change slightly. The battle between the great emperors and the great emperors finally began to change, and the great emperors slowly began to gain the upper hand. Taiyu's sudden appearance was like the straw that broke the camel's back, bringing about a series of unexpected chain reactions. To the star boundary and the countless living beings of the star boundary, this was simply a pleasant surprise. If this situation continued to develop, Yang Kai and the others really did have a chance of killing the great demon god here. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, my subjects, return to me. The great demon god's low voice resounded throughout the world, transmitting a strange power. Yang Kai only felt his eyes suddenly heat up, as if a knife had stabbed into his eyeballs, causing a heart-wrenching pain. At the same time, an extremely strong power came from nowhere, causing his eyes to feel as if they were about to leave his body. Not only that, the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupils of purgatory also began to circulate uncontrollably. His left eye was golden while his right eye was pitch black, and 2 incomparably mysterious powers began to flow out of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly shocked, and the momentum of his spear suddenly stagnated as he quickly flew backwards, opening up some distance between him and Great Demon Lord while simultaneously pouring his strength into his eyes to suppress the incoming attack. Whether it was the demon eye of annihilation or the black pupils of purgatory, they both came from the great demon god's body. During his battle with the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the great demon god's body had been smashed to pieces and his 2 innate divine eyes had been lost to the outside world. The flowing time Great Emperor's eyes were sentient, each of them having their own fortuitous encounters. Strictly speaking, whether it was the great demon god in Tongxian realm or the Cyclops great demon that had invaded the star boundary, they were both avatars of the great demon god. However, these two avatars had not been intentionally refined by the great demon god and had instead been created unintentionally. Their actions had nothing to do with the great demon god's main body. But no matter what, there was an unbreakable connection between these two eyes and the great demonic god. Fortunately, Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors and had the protection of the world energy around him. Otherwise, the great demon god would only need a single thought to take his eyes and cripple his two divine technique. It was precisely because of this concern that when facing the great demon god, Yang Kai had never considered using his demon eye of annihilation or black pupils of purgatory, afraid that he would give the great demon god an opportunity to take advantage of him. But who would have thought that even if he didn't use them, the great demon god would still be able to exert some influence on him? What does he want to do? Yang Kai was extremely vigilant as he stared at the great demon god without blinking, but what made him feel a little relieved was that the great demon god's eyes were still burning, but there was nothing wrong with them. But soon, he understood the great demon god's plan. As those words fell, the demon saint who were entangled with the great emperors on the battlefield actually abandoned their opponents and turned to rush in the direction of the great demon god, completely ignoring the might of the divine technique coming from behind them. A bad feeling rose in his heart as Yang Kai shouted, "Stop them! Don't let them come over!" The great emperors didn't need him to remind them. When their opponents turned to flee, they were already chasing after them like shadows, the power of laws surging as they fiercely attacked. 7 or 8 demon saints were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but they didn't care about their injuries at all. Dragon roars shook the sky as the great elder and second elder of the dragon race chased after them. In front of them, Shueli Fuyu and Huobu fled in 3 different directions, and the 2 elders didn't know which one to stop. In the blink of an eye, the red demon Huobu, who was at the forefront, had already closed in on the great demon god, his crimson eyes filled with fanaticism. Like him, the other demon saint were all madly chasing after him without exception. Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good, so he stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed at Huobu from afar, shouting, "Condense!" Using the law of space and his control over the power of heaven and earth, even though Huobu was a demon saint, his rushing figure suddenly came to a halt and he instantly froze in place. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was extremely abrupt. Bind! Yang Kai clenched his hand again, causing space to collapse and a world-destroying power to erupt where Huobu was. Huobu spat out blood like boiling magma, exuding a scorching light as he shouted, "Explode!" The round body that was like a winter melon suddenly swelled up, and the skin on the surface of his body turned red as if it was on fire. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a large piece of the vast space disappeared. The self-destruction of the Red Devil was an innate divine ability. There was no need to prepare it, and it could not be suppressed. It was just a matter of a single thought. The self-destruction of an ordinary Red Devil would be extremely powerful, not to mention Huobo, who was a devil saint. However, he was different from ordinary Red Devils. After ordinary Red Devils self-destructed, there would be nothing left of them, but he was safe and sound. Yang Kai staggered back. Although they were separated by a distance of 10,000 meters, the terrifying shockwave caused by Huobu's self-destruction blew him back a few steps. The shocking flames retracted and transformed back into Huobu's small and round figure. He continued to move forward, but his momentum had obviously decreased significantly. Even though he would not end up with nothing left after self-destruction like an ordinary red demon, Huobu's self-destruction had consumed some of his energy. No one could stop him now. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were suppressing Great Demon God with all their strength, while Wukong was eagerly devouring Great Demon God's essence and soul. Zhang Ruo she was slashing down with her sword. The two of them could not afford to be distracted, for fear that Great Demon God would break free if they moved. In the blink of an eye, Huobu had rushed to a spot not far from Great Demon God. With a ferocious smile on his face, He formed a seal with his hands and spat out a word that made one's hair stand on end. Explode. With a loud bang, several figures were sent flying. The stalemate was broken at this moment. Great Demon God's huge body tumbled several thousand kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Xiao was furious. It had taken a lot of effort to restrain Great Demon God's freedom, but now Huobu's self-destruction had ruined everything. How could it not be angry? Zhang Ruoxi's hair was disheveled. Her body was drenched in sweat, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. There was an undercurrent surging in the Qinkuan world behind Wu Kuang. The peach blossoms on the peach trees were scattered all over the ground, and the pond was also rippling. Wu Kuang's face alternated between red and white. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that instant. Xiao xiao xiao. Figures rushed over from different directions and threw themselves into the arms of the great demonic god one after another. It was as if they had plunged into a lake. Ripples spread out from the great demonic god's body, and the great demonic saints who had thrown themselves into his body disappeared just like that. Red Demon Huobu, Blood Demon Shueli, Feather Demon Fuyu, Stone Demon Imokan, Bone Demon Gumeng, Sand Demon Yuqiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Qiyin. One by one, the demon saint who had roamed the demon territory for countless years disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. Seeing that even Chang Tian was about to pounce on him, Yang Kai's expression froze. At this point, how could he not know what the great demon god's intentions were? Although he did not know what kind of changes these great demon saints would bring to the great demon god, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing for the star boundary. Behind Chang Tian, Zhan Wu Hin was in hot pursuit. As expected of the great emperors with the strongest combat strength in star boundary, the other demon saint had already fled, but he actually managed to delay Chang Tian halfway. Although it was impossible to completely stop Chang Tian, it was not a problem to delay him for a dozen breaths. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of Chang Tian in an instant. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head suddenly floated behind him. A pair of majestic dragon eyes stared fixedly at the sky. Dragon pressure filled the air, and Chang Tian's momentum suddenly paused. Chang Tian was also a dragon race, but he was a demon dragon in the demon territory. However, as long as he was a dragon race, he would be affected by the dragon race source. The dragon race was a very strange race. Although their individual strength was extremely strong, and even a newborn dragon race had an advantage that other creatures could not match, the dragon race would be affected by the source. A higher grade source would have an extremely obvious suppressive effect on a lower grade source. When Yang Kai first met Zhu Qing was already an 8th order red dragon, and the average 3rd order Emperor Realm Master was not her opponent. At that time, Yang Kai seemed to be just a 1st order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of strength, he could not compare to Zhu Qing. But in fact, Zhu Qing was completely suppressed by him, and in the end, she suffered a double loss. The reason for this was the suppression of the dragon race source. Under the influence of the golden divine dragon source, Zhu Qing could not display her strength at all. Zhu Qing was like this back then, and it was the same for Chang Tian now. If it were not for the previous situation, Yang Kai would have dealt with Chang Tian first, but he could not afford to be distracted by the confrontation with Great Demon God. At this moment, the overall situation was chaotic, so there was no need to worry about anything. Chang Tian, who was focused on escaping to Great Demon God and had no intention of fighting Zhan Wu Hin, was suppressed by the golden divine dragon source, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Zhan Wu Hin did not show any mercy, his iron fists turning into fist shadows that covered the sky and enveloped Chang Tian. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Chang Tian's blood was spilled, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. After suffering such heavy injuries, even with his demon saint cultivation, Chang Tian could not bear it. On the opposite side, Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and his pure divine sense turned into a sharp attack that broke through Chang Tian's knowledge-sea defenses. Chang Tian's face suddenly turned pale, and his body trembled. His mind was unstable, and it seemed like he would fall at any moment. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab him, and with a thought, he put him into the sealed world bead. Success! Although both Zhan Wuhin and Yang Kai had injured Chang Tian, at this juncture, Yang Kai could not care less. If he could not injure him, then he could only kill him. Chapter 38:11. Compared to losing their lives, such a result was undoubtedly acceptable. This is troublesome. Zhan Wuhin stared at the colossal body in front of him, a solemn expression on his face. Yang Kai's expression was not much better. Ever since the demon saint entered the great demon god's body, the great demon god's aura had risen steadily, and the pressure he exuded had become even more terrifying. Not only that, but the original injuries on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, the wounds on his body had disappeared without a trace. The actions of the demon saint, like moths to a flame, had not only allowed him to replenish himself greatly, but had also greatly strengthened him. Probing it, it was as if there really was an entire universe hidden within that colossal body, and the aura of the world was rushing towards them. The heaven-opening realm was truly terrifying. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew through the void and floated on both sides, the auras of the great emperors filling the air. Apart from Yi Ying, who had been killed by Yang Kai, the remaining 9 great emperors of the star boundary had gathered here. Not only that, but there were also the 2 great elders of the dragon race, the descendants of Tianxing and Holy Spirit Taiyu, who had regained the glory of his ancestors. In the entire star boundary, none of the top forces were left out, and the aura they gathered together was not inferior to that of the great demon god. Within his body shrouded in darkness, the great demon god slowly opened his eyes, and the anger from before was gone, replaced by indifference as he swept his gaze over the dozen figures present. This kind of gaze was not unfamiliar to anyone. When looking at the insects on the ground, even ordinary people would look at them with disdain. Although I don't want to admit it, you guys have done a good job. Being able to force this king to this point is beyond this king's expectations. But let's stop here. How could this king's many years of planning be ruined by the hands of ants like you? It's your honor to be able to die in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, his cheeks puffed up slightly and a breath of air came out from his mouth, slashing towards the place where the great emperors were gathered. The breath was invisible, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The faces of the great emperors changed drastically, only feeling the aura of death coming towards them. Not daring to be careless, they all moved to stop the attack. With Yang Kai in the lead, the great emperors unleashed their divine technique. The power of heaven and earth was pushed to the limit in an instant. With a loud bang, the world lost its color. Countless cracks slithered through the void like spiritual snakes. At this moment, the world collapsed. It was as if doomsday was coming. With everyone's combined strength, the great demon god's attack was successfully blocked, but no one showed any joy on their faces. This was because just a single breath from the great demon god was already so tyrannical. So if he really went all out, just what kind of scene would that be? In order to ascend to the great emperor realm, everyone present had experienced countless battles of life and death in their lives. But in terms of danger and intensity, there was probably no battle that could compare to this. Even the battle between the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea all those years ago was probably inferior in comparison. And when facing a powerful enemy, especially one whose realm was higher than one's, attack was always the best defense. How could the great emperors not understand this simple truth? Therefore, after the joint attack, almost without the slightest hesitation, the dozen or so figures had already pounced towards the great demon god. There was not the slightest discussion, not even a single exchange of glances, but everyone's movements were the same as one. This was because everyone knew that at this moment, no matter how tenacious their defense was, it would only delay the pace of destruction. Only by attacking head-on could they fight for a way out of this hopeless situation. The figures of the 9 great emperors crossed the heavens and earth like 9 meteors streaking across the sky, ruthlessly slamming into the great demon god. Each of these figures carried the will of the heavens and earth of the star boundary, carrying the hope of all who still lived in the star boundary. On the left and right sides of the 9 figures were the 2 great elders of the dragon race. The 100-meter-long dragon's roar shook the sky, and the dragon's pressure was overwhelming. Above everyone, Zhang Ruo, she held the heavenly punishment sword, and the huge woman's phantom behind her seemed to come to life. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light. Dong, dong, dong. The earth trembled as Taiyu rushed forward. Every step he took crossed the barrier of space and left a deep imprint on the ground. This ancient battle that was destined to be passed down for thousands of years began with the heavenly punishment sword slash. When the sword was unleashed, the only thing left in the world was its brilliance, and the dazzling brilliance caused everyone to be momentarily dazed. Facing this terrifying sword, the great demon god simply raised his fist to meet it. When his fist arrived, the sword light shattered, and Zhang Ruo, she let out a muffled groan. The heavenly punishment sword phantom behind her also fluctuated. Although your ancestor was amazing, he was pedantic. If he could imitate this king, he would have long since recovered from his injuries and would not have fallen in this universe world. This king will send you on your way first, lest you tarnish the name of your ancestor. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. His fist did not lose its momentum and arrived in front of Zhang Ruo, she in the blink of an eye. In front of this incomparably huge fist, Zhang Ruo, she was as small as a mosquito. No one doubted that if this delicate body was hit by this fist, it would immediately shatter into pieces. It's not up to you to comment on my ancestor. Ruo, she grit her teeth and coldly snorted. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly trembled, and the shattered sword light turned into a rain of swords that shot forward. Countless years ago, the great demon god and Tianxing met outside the universe world and fought several times. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. The great demon god fell into the unmatched realm while Tianxing came to the star boundary. In order to heal his wounds, the great demon god conspired to use the unmatched realm's auspicious power and spent a great deal of energy to turn it into demon territory. Just as he was about to succeed, the flowing time great emperor rushed to the demon territory and fought the great demon god to the death. Although the great emperor's soul was destroyed, he still managed to crush the great demon god. The great demon god could use the auspicious power of the unmatched realm to heal himself. In other words, Tianxing, who was at the same level as him, naturally had the ability to do the same. But now, it seems that Tianxing did not do so. Although she left behind a great reputation after falling into the star boundary and was feared by the ancient divine spirits, she did not do anything harmful to the entire star boundary. From this, it could be seen that Tianxing was not a person who willfully killed the innocent. On the contrary, he was a kind person. If not for this, why would he rather die than damage the universe world? Because of the great demon god's existence, the unmatched realm was turned into a demon territory. The laws of heaven and earth in the universe world changed, and even the human race living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into a demon race. If no one stopped the great demon god's plan this time, then the star boundary would become the second unmatched realm. The flowing time great emperor was really far-sighted. When he left the flowing time temple, he said that he had comprehended the principles of the great emperors outside the universe. As for what those principles were, Chengqi did not know. Now, it seemed that the so-called principles were clearly a crisis in the star boundary. At that time, if the great demon god had truly recovered from his injuries, he would have gone to find Tianxing immediately. But at that time, Tianxing would have already fallen. Once the great demon god fully recovered and returned to the star boundary, who in the star boundary would be able to compete with him? At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the universe would collapse. Amidst the rain of swords, Zhang Ruo's expression was solemn. She had inherited Tianxing's bloodline and inherited many of her ancestors' memories and experiences, so she knew her ancestors' universe better than anyone else. Now, she could proudly say that her ancestor had not done anything wrong to this world. But in the face of this beautiful world that her ancestor would rather die slowly in pain than damage, even if she died, she had to protect it with all her might. The mighty rain of swords could not stop the great demon god in the slightest. Wherever the giant fist landed, the world would collapse and everything would shatter. If Zhang Ruo was alone, She might have died in the next moment. After the demon saint fused with the great demon god's body, the great demon god's strength had increased by more than just a little. However, Ruashi was not alone. She had the 9 great emperors of the star boundary by her side, as well as the 2 great elders of the dragon race and Taiyu, who had accompanied her for decades in the blood door. Taking advantage of the great demon god's unguarded state, Xiao Xiao threw a punch at the great demon god's waist. When the punch landed, a huge shockwave spread out, and even the powerful great demon god was forced to stagger. The giant fist heading towards Zhang Ruo she was involuntarily deflected, and the murderous intent locked onto Ruo she loosened in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ruoshi's figure fluttered like a butterfly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The great demon god suddenly turned his head, raised his other hand high, and as if the sky was collapsing, he slapped down with his palm. Xiao Xiao raised her arms in an attempt to block the attack, but the palm that slapped down was filled with an irresistible force. Taiyu, who was several hundred feet tall, was slapped flat on his face, and he fell to the ground with his head on his face. His huge body smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. From these cracks, hot magma spewed out and poured over Xiao Xiao's body, making a sizzling sound. Dragon roars could be heard as the 2 elders of the dragon race pounced over from the left and right. Ancient and profound dragon language could be heard as the secret magic of the dragon race smashed down. Blue and white light intertwined, turning into an all-conquering divine technique that instantly enveloped the great demon god. Boundless demonic energy erupted, blocking the blue and white light. Within the dazzling light, a massive dragon claw reached out and viciously clawed at the great demonic god's body. As the sharp dragon claw passed by, large chunks of flesh and blood were torn off. 2 reptiles, you court death. The great demon god roared again and again as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the crystal-clear dragon's body. Squeezing hard, the dragon let out a mournful cry and turned around to bite. At the same time, the blue dragon swept over from the side and swept its tail towards the great demon god's chest. The great demon god turned a blind eye and shook his hand, causing the crystal-clear dragon's body to straighten up like a snake. Grabbing the dragon like a whip, he swept it forward, entangling the 2 dragons and sending them tumbling away into the distance. Heaven and earth force converged, and from the vortex of power, a long spear pierced forward, its body humming with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Behind Yang Kai's 1,000-meter dragon body, 8 figures rushed out in a single file, using the divine technique of the great emperors to shatter heaven and earth, blasting towards the great demon god. In an instant, the world lost its color. Chapter 38:12. Even though the great demon god was unparalleled in his strength, within the universe of Star Boundary, facing the joint attack of the great emperors that had fused with the world's strength, he could not easily ignore it. With a roar that shook the heavens, the great demon god let out a roar as a rolling sound wave rumbled forward, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Facing this roar, everyone finally understood just how terrifying the great demon god was. The power of his roar was like a star-filled storm, causing the earth and stones on the ground to fly thousands of kilometers away, melting and disintegrating in the air. Wherever the shockwave passed, the divine technique of the great emperors was greatly affected, greatly reducing their power. When the shockwaves landed on the great demon god's body, they did not cause him much damage. Only Yang Kai's spear was not affected much. Above the spear, a huge black sphere appeared out of thin air, emitting an aura that could collapse all things. The great demon god reached out to grab the blue dragon spear. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and poured all of his strength into the spear. Even if he could not do anything to this powerful enemy in front of him, he could at least poke a hole in his palm. The next moment, the great demon god's hand clenched and the black sphere on the blue dragon spear collapsed. The space principles were flattened by a powerful force. The great demon god grinned at Yang Kai and forcefully pulled back, causing Yang Kai to uncontrollably fall towards him as a fist rapidly grew larger in his field of vision. A 1,000-meter-long dragon body was originally majestic, but in front of the great demon god, it was like the difference between a child and a strong man. If this fist landed, even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, he would not have it easy. At worst, his head would explode, and at worst, his soul would be shaken. At this critical moment, the space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's entire body suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an illusory figure. The huge fist penetrated through the place where Yang Kai's head had originally been, and a violent force passed through the obstruction of space and shook Yang Kai's body. With a loud cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had exiled himself at the critical moment and avoided the great demon god's fatal blow, the shockwave still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai tried his best to pull out the spear but was unable to do so, causing him to pale. He wanted to give up on the blue dragon spear, but at the same time, he was extremely reluctant to do so. There was already a gap in strength between him and great demon god, so without the blue dragon spear, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to great demon god. However, while he was catching his breath, the other 8 great emperors had already arrived. The iron blood banner fluttered in the wind, and the crimson light seemed to be made of fresh blood. Zhan Wu Hin flew over and punched out with his ant-like body, which collided with the mountain-like fist of the great demonic god. The scene looked like an ant hitting an elephant with all its might. Logically speaking, an elephant shouldn't feel anything. However, Zhan Wu Hin's punch caused the great demonic lord's arm to explode. His huge body was pushed back slightly. Although the difference in size was huge, how could Zhan Wu Hin be a real ant? How could the all-out attack of the great emperors be useless? Falling flowers wither. With a tender shout, the great emperors of flowery shadow solemnly waved their hands, causing a rain of flowers to fall from the sky, converging into a multicolored light that blasted towards the great demon god's left eye. 1,000 feet of ice cliff. Ice Feather Great Emperor held a sparkling long sword in his hand. He touched the blade with his finger and swung it down. A coldness that could penetrate one's heart filled the air. The sword light that seemed to be able to split the world was aimed at great demonic god's other eye. Serene Soul Finger. Pure spiritual energy erupted from the illusory aura as the great emperors of Serene Soul pointed a finger at the great demon god with a dignified expression. This finger attack did not harm the body but instead aimed directly at the great demon god's soul. All beasts of the world, heed my command, myriad beast art. The martial beast roared as he punched out. From the afterimages of his fists, numerous lifelike, strange beasts of different sizes rushed out. Among these strange beasts, there was no lack of divine spirits. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strange beasts had gathered and rushed towards the great demon god, gnawing, biting, clawing, scratching, and doing whatever they could. Primal chaos. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill gently spat out these 2 words and formed a seal with one hand. A flame suddenly flew out from the tip of his finger. This flame was extremely weak and exuded a faint yellow light, like the light of a dying candle. Even in the dark of night, it could only illuminate a radius of a few dozen feet at most. However, wherever the flame passed, the void was scorched black, as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand the heat of this flame. Primal Chaos Sacred Flame, a unique flame of the heavens and earth, was not inferior to the true phoenix fire and could incinerate all things in the world. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill were indeed not good at fighting. He had devoted all his energy to alchemy and had even sought to become one of the great emperors. Just because he was not good at fighting did not mean that he could not fight. This Primal Chaos Sacred Flame was his strongest trump card, something he had obtained by chance when he was young. After cultivating it for several tens of thousands of years, even the other masters of the great emperors of Wondrous Pill did not dare face it head-on. Facing a powerful enemy like the great demon god, the great emperors did not hold back and immediately used their most powerful moves, hoping to severely injure or kill him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, even if they could hold on, the heavens and earth would not be able to withstand such a battle and would sooner or later completely collapse. When that time came, the star boundary would cease to exist. However, this was not the end. At some unknown point, Wukong had arrived above the great demon god's head and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Prison circle." As his words fell, a huge divine tree appeared out of thin air. This divine tree was even taller than the great demonic god, and its huge treetop covered his entire body. From its roots drilled out like flood dragons, wrapping around the great demonic god. In the blink of an eye, the great demonic god was wrapped up like a dumpling. Wind! Wu Kuang shouted again and opened his mouth to spit out a gust of astral wind that transformed into a wind blade that slashed down at the great demon lord. The wind blade seemed unremarkable, but the terrifying destructive power contained within it was something that even the great demon lord did not dare to underestimate. Ancient astral wind. Divine tree white barbarian. These two killing moves looked familiar to Yang Kai, and he suddenly recalled that in the Shattered Star Sea, when Duan Hongqian and Wukong fought, the two of them had each used one of these moves. Now that the two of them had merged into one body, it was not difficult to control them. The 9 great emperors attacked together. Besides the great Emperor Heaven's revelations, who had only casually sent out a few palm strikes, the remaining 8 great emperors had all brought out their trump cards. Heaven's revelations' eyes were as deep as the sea, seemingly grasping the trajectory of fate. Such a violent attack, such a decisive stance, caused the entire star boundary to tremble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai struggled to pull out his spear and finally broke free from the great demon god's shackles. With a swish, the wind blade cut into the great demonic god's shoulder. In an instant, blood splashed out, and the sword imbued with the law of ice slashed into the great demonic god's eyes. The great demonic god closed his eyes, and his eyelids were like the strongest defense, allowing the 2 great emperor divine abilities to create dazzling sparks. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and left a long scorch mark on the great demon god's body. An unpleasant smell filled the air, as if something had been roasted. Not only that, countless strange beasts had gathered around his enormous body and were gnawing at his flesh with their claws and mouths. "Get out of my sight!" The great demon god roared, an unparalleled power erupting from his huge body. The divine wood white barbarian rustled as countless roots were broken. The huge tree suddenly disappeared, and the countless strange beasts that had bitten the great demon god's body also collapsed at this moment, causing specks of light to fill the world. The great demonic god punched out, a straight punch without any fancy moves. It looked extremely casual, but this punch caused everyone's expression to change. This was because in everyone's eyes, this punch seemed to be aimed at them. Moreover, it seemed to have locked down the world and locked down their auras, making it impossible for them to dodge. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as figures were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood as they felt the blood in their chests and abdomens roiling. "I'll start with you." The great demon god's fist turned into a palm as he fiercely slammed it to the side. The giant palm blotted out the sky, and the one beneath it was none other than the great emperors of Flower Shadow. The great emperors of Flower Shadow had never experienced such a dangerous moment in their lives, so she couldn't help but turn pale as she hastily wrapped herself in a rain of petals, forming layers of protection. However, as the giant palm slammed down, the rain of petals quickly collapsed like snowflakes under the scorching sun. At this critical moment of life and death, a figure soared through the air. The great emperors of heaven's revelations stood in front of the flower shadow and raised their hands to throw out an object. This object expanded with the wind, turning into a giant tortoise shell that covered the two of them. The tortoise shell had complex natural patterns on it that pulsed with an extremely ancient aura. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, his space principles fluctuating as he rushed forward with his spear, thrusting it towards the great demon god's giant palm. This spear strike finally paid off, piercing through the great demon god's palm, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Kai Yang was also sent flying by this palm. Several of the bones in his body were broken. While he was in the air, a series of explosive sounds came from his body, asterisk Hong. Asterisk although it was slightly blocked by Yang Kai's spear, the palm still slammed down. Above the giant tortoise shell, the phantom of a black tortoise suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky. As the giant palm fell, the black tortoise shattered, and the light on the tortoise shell suddenly dimmed. When the great demon god withdrew his palm, the tortoise shell turned into a stream of light, revealing the figures of heaven's revelations and flower shadow below. Although their expressions were ugly, the two great emperors of flower shadow were not seriously injured. On the other side, Yang Kai was sent flying for 1,000 kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Looking up, his mouth was full of bitterness. Was this the absolute gap in strength? To be honest, the great demonic god's methods weren't all that surprising. Now, he had no choice but to bring forward his plans. He had borrowed Huang Wuji's body to resurrect himself and fused with the other great demonic saints. He didn't even have a single decent exotic treasure on hand, so he could only use the same few killer moves. However, this overwhelming strength rendered all the great emperor's methods useless. Their attacks could not cause any fatal damage to the great demon god, and their own defenses were as fragile as paper. If it were not for the great emperors of heaven's revelations paying attention to the situation and saving the great emperors of great emperors at the critical moment, it was likely that the flower shadow great emperors would have died. Chapter 38:13. Facing such a powerful enemy, Star Boundary's side seemed to have no choice but to accept their fate and accept their deaths. However, Yang Kai and the other great emperors did not recognize this. Even if the enemy was difficult to stop, even if everyone was injured, they were still full of fighting spirit. This was the heaven and earth that gave birth to them, so how could they abandon it? Moreover, without the support of this heaven and earth, the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. Since the great demon god had appeared, if they could not kill him here, then Star Boundary would definitely perish, and everyone would only die. Strictly speaking, the great demon god in front of them was not undefeatable in the eyes of the great emperors. The previous attacks had already caused some damage to him, and although the injuries were not serious, they were still hope. The main reason for the current situation was that the 7 great emperors, who had just escaped, were unable to display their full strength. They had been trapped in that inexplicable space for several years, and had also been subjected to the demon saint's secret technique, so they were no longer at their peak. At this moment, the 7 great emperors, led by Zhan Wu Hin, could not display even 70% of their peak strength. Facing the demon saint whose strength had also greatly decreased, they could still hold their ground, but facing the great demon god who had fused with many demon saints, they were somewhat powerless. Since that was the case, they could only risk their lives. *1. A strange buzzing sound was heard, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Zhan Wu Hin's face distort. His long hair and clothes fluttered without any wind, and the surface of his body was filled with a layer of dark red light. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. At first, he was somewhat worried, but then he immediately felt relieved. Zhan Wu Hin's action was undoubtedly stimulating his own blood essence, burning it in exchange for greater strength. Such an action was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Blood essence was the essence of a person's cultivation, so it could not be used lightly. Once it was used, regardless of success or failure, it would definitely cause great damage to one's yuan qi. In serious cases, it could even damage one's cultivation. As great emperors, why would they do this unless they had no other choice? However, at this moment, Zhan Wu Hin could not care so much. If the star boundary was destroyed, how could there be an unscathed egg under an overturned nest? For the sake of this world, not to mention burning his blood essence, even if he had to sacrifice his life, Zhan Wu Hin would not even frown. Buzz. As if they had discussed this beforehand, after Zhan Wu Hin burned his essence blood, the other great emperors all followed suit. In an instant, their slightly weakened auras rose steadily. Not only did they recover to their peak strength, they even surpassed it. The vitality of the great emperors was extremely exuberant. After their blood essence was burned, a dazzling light immediately appeared between the heavens and earth, as thick as blood. Yang Kai's mind surged as an uncontrollable impulse filled his chest. With a dragon's roar, his blood essence also burned. However, his situation was different from the other great emperors. Zhang Wuhen and the others burned their blood essence and were covered in a blood-red light, while Yang Kai's body was shrouded in a brilliant golden light. It was as if he had transformed into a dazzling sun, dispelling the haze between the heavens and earth. The dazzling golden sun suddenly leapt high into the sky, pausing for a moment before pouncing in front of the great demon god. Enveloped in this golden light, the black dragon spear transformed into countless spear shadows. Each spear strike contained an extremely strong true meaning of the martial Tao, and with each strike, a huge black sphere would be destroyed. The void shattered as the great demon god staggered back. He roared, "Ignorant scoundrel, you still dare to resist!" Swinging his fist, a violent force surged forward. Yang Kai raised his spear to block it, but his body shook violently. A mouthful of blood boiled in his chest, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Dragon roars shook the heavens as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked from the left and right. Their 100 Zhonglong bodies exuded a brilliant aura as they opened their mouths and spat out a dragon's breath towards the great demon god. The great demon god did not dodge, or rather, he had no intention of dodging from the beginning. He simply allowed the dragon's breath to hit his body. When he stretched out his right hand, it suddenly became abnormally dry and withered, but at the same time, it exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Blood splashed into the sky as the great elder retreated with a sorrowful cry. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and dragon scales had been peeled off. If not for Fu Ti sacrificing himself to save him at the critical moment, everyone would have doubted whether the dragon race's great elder would have survived this attack. Yang Kai, who had been forced back, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the great demon god's right hand. He faintly felt that this hand was extraordinary. Before this, the great demon god's right hand had not been like this, but just now, it seemed to have changed. Be careful of that right hand. It may be the remnant of his main body. Zhang Wuhen's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. No one knew better than him just how terrifying this hand was. Previously, when he was trapped in that inexplicable space, Huang Wuji had once used a withered broken palm to deal with him. Although that broken palm was withered and decayed, the killing power it could display was extremely terrifying. Zhang Wuhen had also thought about it before. If a broken palm could display such power, then how strong was its owner? That was until he met the great demon god. That broken palm was undoubtedly the great demon god's hand. During his battle with the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor's soul had been destroyed and the great demon god's body had been shattered. However, this broken palm had been preserved to this day. Since the great demon god had possessed Huang Wuji's body, he had naturally taken back the broken palm that Huang Wuji had been protecting. At this moment, it was finally showing its true power. In Huang Wuji's hands, the broken palm was only a broken palm, and the power it could display was limited, but in the hands of the great demon god, the broken palm's full power was undoubtedly unleashed. With a single palm, it could break all methods. While he was transmitting his voice to the others, Zhang Wuhen had already rushed out, reaching out to grab the iron blood banner on his back and sending it flying towards the great demon god. The banner flapped loudly in the wind, instantly covering an area of 100 kilometers, completely enveloping the surrounding space. However, in the next moment, with a light-tearing sound, a giant hand reached out from the area enveloped by the banner. The great demon god had escaped, and the iron blood banner was torn to shreds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great emperors rushed forward like meteors, and amidst the bloody light, the great emperor's divine technique was unleashed one after another. The great demon god was powerful and invincible, but in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4. Under the joint attack of the great emperors, the great demon god could not block all of their attacks. With a loud rumble, his several thousand zhong tall body swayed a few times as blood splattered from his body. Suffering from the pain, the great demon god's eyes were filled with anger. Completely abandoning his defenses, he reached out to grab at a certain spot in the void. In that direction, Fu Shun was covering the injured Zhu Yin as they retreated, But when he saw the giant hand coming towards him, he was unable to dodge and his dragon tail was grabbed. The several hundred zhang long dragon body was like a small snake in the great demon god's hand as it was dragged in front of him. Zhu Yin was shocked and rushed forward to rescue him. "I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." The great demon god roared and really did it, his right hand stabbing towards Fu Shun's back. The defense that the dragon race was so proud of was as weak as paper in front of the great demon god. As blood splattered, Fu Shun cried out in grief. The great demon god clenched his fist once more and fiercely pulled outwards. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dragon tendons on Fu Shun's back were exposed, as if they would be pulled out in the next moment. The laws of space surged as Yang Kai arrived in front of the great demon god in an instant. With all his strength, he thrust his spear towards the great demon god's left eye. The great demon god coldly closed his eyes, and at the same time, his rolling demonic chi converged towards his left eye. The black dragon's spear struck his closed eyelid, and as if it had pierced the hardest metal, an ear-piercing sound of friction could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. This aggressive spear only left a faint trace of blood on the great demon god's eyelid, and did not cause any substantial damage to him. A flame flew over and wrapped around the great demon god's right wrist, instantly turning into a ring of fire. The primal chaos sacred fire burned fiercely, and an aura that could burn all things and a burnt smell filled the air. The great demon god roared in pain, and his hand involuntarily loosened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun turned his head and bit towards the great demon god. His sharp dragon teeth ruthlessly pierced into the great demon god's arm, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Taiyu punched out, and an iron fist that could break through the void smashed towards the great demon god's back. The other great emperor's divine technique also struck out, and all of them greeted the great demon god's right hand. One person's strength was small, but two great emperors had more strength. How terrifying was the combined attack of the great emperors! No matter how unwilling he was, his hand movements couldn't help but become sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun swept the divine dragon tail at the great demon god's chest, causing a deafening sound. The great demon god staggered back, and Fu Shun finally broke free, his dragon blood sprinkling across the sky. Ever since the change in the right hand, the great demon god had attacked twice, and the two great elders of the dragon race were already injured. One of them had a large piece of flesh clawed off his chest, and the other almost had his dragon tendons pulled out. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it made everyone's heart tremble. But no one retreated. Even the injured Zhu Yin and Fu Shun did not retreat. After the couple met up, they turned around and pounced towards the great demon god again. The auras of the two dragons seemed to have merged into one at this moment, resonating with each other, and the two dragons coiled around the great demon god from both sides. Since the start of the battle, unless one side was completely defeated, it was impossible to stop. Roars and roars spread to every corner of the star boundary, and the tremors of heaven and earth spread to the most remote corners. Yang Kai was bleeding, the two great elders of the dragon race were bleeding, the other great emperors were bleeding, and the great demon god was also bleeding. Terrifying cracks appeared on Taiyu's body that seemed to be made of stone. In this battle, everyone was going all out, and no one dared to hold back. In today's battle, either you die, or I die. The great emperors of heaven's revelations had saved others many times at critical junctures, but as the price, the black tortoise shield that had accompanied him for many years was also shattered by the great demon god. The primal chaos sacred flame's radiance grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candlelight in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, it was trapped by a pure demonic chi. The great emperors of wondrous pills made hand seals with one hand, controlling the primal chaos sacred flame to burn the demonic chi, while also consuming the great demon god's energy. His face was as pale as paper, and he stuffed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth. One of Taiyu's arms hung limply at his side, and when he ran, he no longer had the unstoppable momentum he had before, and he was now limping. Yang Kai's body was dripping with blood, and the bloody light that enveloped the bodies of the great emperors was also incomparably dim. Chapter 38:14. The great emperors were gasping for breath, while the great demon god's body was covered in wounds. The battle had reached its most critical juncture. Although the great demon god's eyes were lofty and arrogant, constantly calling them ants, the dozen or so ants in front of him already had the qualifications to threaten his life. After all, he was not at his peak. Even if his plan this time was a complete success and he managed to devour the star boundary's spiritual aura, the only effect he could achieve was a revival. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need a long, flowing time great emperor to settle down and cultivate diligently. Not to mention that even his original plan had suffered a setback. Currently, no one knew how much of his strength he could display, but this small amount of strength was enough to force the star boundary to go all out. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with roars and roars. One figure after another was sent flying back and forth as divine technique after divine technique blossomed. The strength that everyone could display was decreasing. This was the case for the great demon god, and it was also the case for the great emperors. Such an intense battle was a huge burden on anyone. At a certain moment, Zhan Wu Hin resolutely stepped forward, his originally weak aura suddenly surging as he shouted, "Break his palm." After fighting for a long time, everyone could see that if it were not for the great demon god's right hand, the strength that the great demon god could display right now would definitely be greatly reduced. However, the might of that right hand was simply too terrifying, causing everyone's attacks to be obstructed. As long as they could cut off that hand, it would be equivalent to removing the great demon god's sharpest attack. At that time, they would definitely be able to change the current situation. As such, Zhan Wu Hin's target was the great demon god's right hand. Everyone understood. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill bit the tip of their tongues and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood melted into the void and turned invisible. The primal chaos sacred flame, which had been trapped by the pure demonic chi, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. It burned the demonic chi around it and coiled around the right hand of the great demonic god like a fire snake. Martial beast punched, and ice feather flower attacked. Even the great emperors of heaven's revelations, who had been in charge of defense, took out an ancient bronze coin. Wrapped in the coin, they turned into a ray of green light and slashed at the great demonic god's right hand. The great emperors of the serene soul poured out their soul energy and attacked the great demonic god's sea of consciousness. Blood instantly flowed out of his 7 orifices and his whole body swayed. His face was frighteningly pale. The 2 great elders of the dragon race also joined forces and rushed over. They tangled with each other and turned into 2 streaks of green and white light, carrying with them a resolute determination that would never return. Wukong cackled strangely. "Awesome! Awesome! Wahaha!" He laughed crazily and attacked even more crazily. The shadow of the universe world behind him had already completely fused with his body, and he used all of his cultivation to point his finger downwards. The great demonic god's expression finally changed. Although he had always been fighting against the strongest forces in the entire star boundary, he had always been confident in his victory. But now, he finally felt a trace of crisis. This round of fierce attacks made even him tremble in fear. The huge Taiyu pounced down from the sky and smashed his fist down. The great demonic god roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. 2 fists the size of small mountains collided with each other, producing a loud sound that shook the heavens. The great demonic god's feet sank, and his whole body sank into the ground. With his feet as the center, the ground collapsed. Taiyu was sent flying. Terrifying cracks suddenly appeared on his body that was several hundred meters tall. Large chunks of his body fell to the ground and disintegrated after flying a few hundred meters. Yang Kai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He didn't have the time to carefully check Xiao Zhao's situation. He pointed his spear at the great demonic god's right wrist that he didn't manage to withdraw in time. Blood splattered as the huge black dragon spear directly cut open a huge wound on the great demonic god's wrist, revealing the muscles and bones inside. Scram! The great demonic god roared and spat out a blast of air that swept Yang Kai away. At this time, Zhan Wu Hin, Bing Yu, and Hua Ying's attacks arrived. After a few sizzling sounds, More than half of the great demonic god's right hand was broken. Blood flowed out from the wound and demonic chi started to form. The two elders of the dragon race also arrived. They stretched out their dragon claws and firmly restrained the great demonic god's movements. They opened their bloody mouths and bit at the wound, tearing off flesh and blood. The great demonic god's right hand smashed down, and the two elders of the dragon race let out sorrowful cries as they were smashed into the ground. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and wrapped around the broken hand. With a sizzling sound, the wound rapidly expanded and even the bones inside were broken. The great demonic god was enraged. He reached out with his other hand and grabbed the primal chaos sacred flame, fiercely pulling it out. Immediately, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, the great demonic god stuffed it into his mouth and began chewing. From his mouth and nose, flames spurted out, but the great demonic god's expression was fierce as he forced himself to endure. The wondrous pill great emperor's complexion instantly turned as white as paper, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The primal chaos sacred flame had been refined by him for tens of thousands of years and had long since become one with his soul. Now that the great demonic god had played with it, he had also suffered considerable damage. "Break for me!" Wukong roared as he poured all of his strength into his finger and pointed at the wound on the great demonic god's right hand. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a crisp sound. The great demonic god's right hand was separated from his left arm and fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Success. Everyone's joint attack, including the full force of their trump cards, had finally yielded results. However, a sense of uneasiness suddenly filled the world. With his right hand cut off, the great demonic god grinned. "All of you, die for this king." As soon as these words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the falling, severed hand, and at the same time, it suddenly began to swell. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. No one had expected that the great demon god would be able to play such a trick on a mere severed palm. The signs of swelling and the dangerous aura it exuded undoubtedly indicated that the great demon god could cause this severed palm to explode. Although this would cause great damage to his body, the price star boundary would have to pay would be even greater. At this time, everyone was an arrow at the end of its flight, and no one had the confidence to survive the explosion of this severed hand. Even whether or not star boundary could survive was another matter altogether. As the aura of death enveloped star boundary, Zhan Wu Hen's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He had used all his strength and put his own life on the line, but he had still failed to save this world. Since that was the case, he could only live and die with this world. Instead of retreating, the Iron Blood Great Emperor rushed towards the great demonic god with a calm expression, preparing his final killing move. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the severed hand, grabbed it, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone could clearly see that the figure who had suddenly appeared was none other than Yang Kai. Only he, who cultivated the space principles, could arrive in time at this critical moment. No one else had this ability. At this moment, he had undoubtedly brought the dangerous severed palm into the crack in the void. The next moment, the space where Yang Kai disappeared suddenly shook violently and a black dot appeared there. This black dot rapidly expanded, spreading wildly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it had swallowed a large area of the void. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the black void that was still expanding. Even though a powerful enemy was present, they were still dazed. This spreading void was undoubtedly the power produced by the explosion of the severed palm. It directly affected the world of the star boundary through the cracks in the void. Such a terrifying power was even more frightening than they had imagined. If it had really exploded in star boundary, the entire star boundary might have collapsed and ceased to exist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought the severed hand into the void at the last moment, saving this world at the most dangerous moment. But what about Yang Kai? The power of the explosion of the severed hand was so great. Could Yang Kai withstand it? He couldn't. No one could come out unscathed from such a terrifying attack. At this moment, Yang Kai had most likely been smashed to pieces. Even though they were unwilling to admit it, the great emperors had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. No. A mournful cry resounded through heaven and earth, like a cuckoo weeping blood. Among the crowd below, Su Yin, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and Zhu Qing were all screaming hysterically. If it weren't for the people beside them stopping them, they would have immediately rushed forward. In a battle between the great emperors, apart from the great emperors, no one could interfere, not even the false emperors or ordinary divine spirits. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were only able to participate because they had completely stimulated their ancestors' source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, restoring the glory of their ancestors in ancient times and gaining strength comparable to the great emperors. However, in such a battle, Tai Yu was constantly pushed back and was now completely dismembered, his life or death unknown. There was no need to mention Su Yin and the others. They had been watching from below in fear all this time. When they saw Yang Kai bleeding and injured, they were extremely nervous, but when they saw the great demon god injured, their hearts were filled with excitement. Who would have thought that they would suddenly witness such a scene? Without the slightest warning, the man who was going to accompany them for the rest of their lives disappeared into the void. Su Yan's tender body trembled violently. She could no longer feel Yang Kai's existence, and even the connection between them that would never disappear was completely severed at this moment. On the other side, Dong Suju's eyes rolled back and she directly fainted on the ground. It had only been a few days since he became one of the great emperors, yet he had died so young. Could it be that he was really the shortest-lived great emperor in the history of the star boundary? Zhan Wuhen and the others felt grief in their hearts, but they did not have the time to mourn. Each of them sorted out their emotions as quickly as possible and brazenly attacked with their dying bodies. The great emperors of the void had already fallen, but as long as they could protect this world, they would not be stingy with their lives. Rumbling sounds once again resounded throughout the world. The repeated collisions and clashes were as brilliant as flowers, causing the entire star boundary to tremble. Just as everyone had expected, after the great demon god's right hand was cut off, he immediately became like a tiger without its fangs. Not only did his momentum fall by a large margin, even his attacks were not as fierce as before. It seemed that the loss of his severed hand had caused him great damage. Chapter 38:15. But the same was true for the great emperors. The previous joint attack had almost exhausted all of their mental strength. No one knew how this battle would end until the very end, but judging from the current situation, no matter who won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. The world fell apart, the world's world energy was in chaos, and the energy was violent. One figure after another rushed towards the great demon god, only to be knocked back, and then rush over again. The cycle repeated itself, dyeing the world red with blood. Floating in the void, Yang Kai fell into a very strange state, as if he had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle. His entire being was filled with a deep sense of tranquility. He no longer felt any pain from before. He wanted to clench his fists, but he found that he was powerless. He wanted to move his head, but he was powerless. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had disappeared. In a daze, he recalled that he had brought the broken palm into the void and then suffered a violent shock, which then led to the current situation. What was this? Had he been smashed to pieces? Yang Kai was a little dazed. No, he didn't want to become the shortest-lived great emperors in the history of the star boundary. He had just become one of the great emperors not long ago, and he was still very young. He still had a lot of flowing time great emperors to squander. When he felt the great crisis contained in the broken palm, his mind went blank, and there was only one thought in his mind. Hurry up and take the broken palm away. Otherwise, a great disaster would descend upon the star boundary. However, when this result was placed in front of him, Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. Did he regret it? Honestly speaking, he didn't regret it too much. If he could do it again, even if he knew the result at that time, he would have made the same choice. In that world, there were people who cared about him, and people who regarded him as the most important person in their lives. For those people, what did it matter if his body was smashed to pieces? But if he had really been smashed to pieces, then what was the current situation? His body had been smashed to pieces, but his soul hadn't been destroyed? but his body had been smashed to pieces by the broken palm, so how could his soul remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai clearly sensed that his spirit had not suffered any impact and was still intact. Then, he realized that his spirit wasn't floating in the void crack. Instead, he was hiding in the stamen of a seven-colored lotus flower. The petals wrapped around him, isolating him from all dangers around him. Soul-warming lotus. So that's how it is. It was the soul-warming lotus that protected his soul during that terrifying impact, allowing him to survive. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth that had unimaginable miraculous effects. Yang Kai had obtained it when he was very weak and stored it in his knowledge sea. After so many years, the soul-warming lotus had constantly nourished his divine soul, allowing him to strengthen his divine soul without doing anything special. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth for the divine soul, so it was not surprising that it could protect his divine soul at a critical moment. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's heart relaxed. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was smashed to pieces, it wouldn't be too terrible. At worst, he could just find a body to possess like the great demon god and start all over again. However, this was the void crack, and besides him, very few people would come here, so there was no way he could possess a body. This was a bit difficult. At this moment, without a physical body, Yang Kai couldn't use any of his abilities, so even if he wanted to leave the void crack, he was powerless. What's the situation in the star boundary? The great demon god should be unable to hold on for much longer. I wonder if the remaining people can kill the great demon god and what kind of price they will have to pay. Thinking too much, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. After losing the shackles of his physical body and only his soul remained, his entire being seemed to become sluggish. Even though he no longer had a physical body, there was still a warm feeling surrounding him, making him feel as if he had returned home, making him feel extremely comfortable. It didn't seem like a bad choice to continue sleeping like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai's thoughts gradually came to a halt, as if he was about to fall into an eternal slumber. Suddenly, a tear-stained face flashed before Yang Kai's eyes, and he woke up abruptly, a great fear enveloping his heart. How are Su Yin and the others now? They should have seen my situation and are probably heartbroken right now. If I can't go back, how sad will they be? I have to go back. Even if I don't have a physical body, I have to go back and tell them that I'm safe. As long as I can go back, I can find the great emperors to refine a flesh incarnation pill for me. Back then, Tianyin also didn't have a physical body and relied on the flesh incarnation pill to shape his body. If Tianyin could do it, so could Yang Kai. As for the flesh incarnation fruit needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill, Yang Kai didn't have it for the time being, but there was a fruit tree in his sealed world beads medicine garden. Back then, he had planted that fruit tree in his medicine garden, so as long as he waited a few more years, it would eventually blossom and bear fruit. Thinking so, Yang Kai was startled again. What about the sealed world bead? For a long time, the sealed world bead had been kept in his body, but now that he had been smashed to pieces, the sealed world bead was probably not in a good condition either. Perhaps it had been shattered along with his physical body. Thinking so, Yang Kai panicked and hurriedly checked his surroundings. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the void was full of minced flesh and broken limbs, as well as a large amount of golden blood. My shattered body is really ugly. Yang Kai felt relieved. He didn't see any traces of the sealed world bead's explosion here. The territory inside the sealed world bead was enormous. If it had really been shattered, there would definitely be a large number of remnants of the sealed world bead in this star field. Since he didn't see any, it meant that the sealed world bead should be fine. As long as the sealed world bead was fine, everything was fine. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Relying on the invisible spiritual connection, Yang Kai quickly found the sealed world bead in the midst of the chaos. It wasn't too far away from him. Locking onto the sealed world bead with his divine sense, he summoned the sealed world bead into the soul-warming lotus. Transforming into his soul avatar, Yang Kai picked up the sealed world bead, kissed it fiercely, and sighed with emotion. However, It was not by luck that the sealed world bead was safe and sound. This thing had been stored inside his body all this time, and when the broken palm exploded, Yang Kai's physical body was blown to pieces, so a lot of its power should have been consumed, so there shouldn't be much left of it that could affect the sealed world bead. The soul-warming lotus and the sealed world bead. These two treasures had always accompanied him on his path of growth, so neither of them could be discarded. Yang Kai couldn't care less about the situation outside right now, nor did he have the ability to do so, so he simply put everything aside and thought about his future. The most important thing right now was to investigate the situation of the flesh incarnation fruit tree. This thing's growth cycle was really long, and Yang Kai didn't want to wait for thousands of years. If there was really no other way, he could only ask the two Littlewood spirits to find a way to accelerate its ripening. With their abilities, they should be able to do so. With a thought, Yang Kai's soul avatar escaped into the sealed world bead and directly appeared in the medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard his voice and came over, bowing respectfully. Master, they didn't find anything strange about it. Yang Kai often entered the medicine garden with his soul avatar, so they were already used to it, so they didn't expect that this time, even if Yang Kai wanted to enter with his physical body, he wouldn't be able to do so. Yang Kai nodded and said with a heavy expression, "Your master is in trouble, big trouble. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now is the time when I need you too." Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other, the former saying, "Master, you've never raised us." It had always been the two of them who were busy in the medicine garden. Unless Yang Kai needed them, they basically wouldn't come over. Since the two Littlewood spirits had followed him, they had been like two laborers. Moreover, whenever Yang Kai was injured, it was the two of them who helped heal him. Yang Kai's soul avatar didn't blush as he raised his hand and said, "Now, only the two of you can help me with this matter. Whatever Master wants us to do, just tell us." The innocent Mu Lu was excited by Yang Kai's words, clenching her small fists and putting on a posture of devotion until her last breath. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand and held her forehead, sighing and shaking her head. "I was beaten to death." Yang Kai looked at them with a serious face. Mu Zhu blinked her eyes, but Mu Lu's eyes suddenly reddened. She said nervously, Then what do we do? Master, are you all right?" Mu Zhu slapped the back of her head and scolded, "Don't believe everything people say. Grow a brain, okay?" But, Master was beaten to death. Mu Lu's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Mu Zhu was exasperated. If he was dead, how could he run in here and talk to you? Mu Lu was a little stunned, but she finally recovered and said excitedly, Yes, yes." She turned to look at Yang Kai. "Master, you're joking, right? I also want to joke with you, but I'm not in the mood right now." Yang Kai shrugged. "I'll say it again seriously. I was beaten to death." Mu Zhu frowned and looked him up and down. "Are you serious? How could it be fake? Then this king has the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Although my physical body is destroyed, my divine sense will not die." Yang Kai waved his hand and a scene appeared beside him. It was the scene in the void. Seeing the mangled flesh and broken limbs everywhere, the two Littlewood spirits paled. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai was not joking. This guy in front of them had really been smashed to pieces. "Master, does it hurt?" Mu Lu's tears flowed down again. That tragic scene made her heart tremble, not to mention Yang Kai who had been in it before. "What do you want us to do?" Mu Zhu's expression also became serious. Having one's physical body destroyed was not a small matter. If it were anyone else, they would have already died. Only Yang Kai, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, was in a relatively good situation. The flesh incarnation fruit. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes. "I need to find someone to help me refine the flesh incarnation pill." Mu Zhu said, "That thing takes 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to mature. It hasn't been long since the last fruit was plucked. You have to wait at least 3,000 years. Chapter 38:16. Is there a way to shorten it to a long time? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he had guessed that this would happen, He still felt a headache coming on when Mu Zhu said it. I'll try. After Mu Lu said this, she turned around and flew into the depths of the medicine garden. From the looks of it, she didn't want to waste a single moment and would definitely try her best to shorten the growth period of the flesh incarnation fruit. Mu Zhu glanced back and smiled bitterly. Even if we try our best, we can only shorten the time by half at most. Then that's 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth. How long was that? The flowing time great emperor. Even though waiting for 1,500 years wasn't much for his current cultivation, he had only lived for a little over 100 years, not even 200 years. In comparison, 1,500 years was quite terrifying. Who did you meet? A demon saint? Mu Zhu was quite curious about who had killed Yang Kai. He's even stronger than a demon saint. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was the great demon god, and the demon race in the entire demon territory was born because of him. With a single order, the demon saint would involuntarily obey, and some would even be devoured by him without any regard for their own safety. Mu Zhu exclaimed, "There's actually such a person in this world?" Yang Kai then replied, "That's right. He's lived for who knows how many years. His situation is quite similar to mine. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul survived. However, that guy didn't have the soul-warming lotus, so how could a mere soul survive for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that his soul is so strong that it can't be destroyed?" Hiss. Tens of thousands of years. Mu Zhu was even more shocked. The soul was a very mysterious thing. Any sentient being would have a soul, but the soul was also very fragile. No matter how strong one was, without the protection of a physical body, once their soul was exposed, it wouldn't take long for their soul to dissipate. Even someone as strong as Tian Yin would first need to reconstruct his physical body if he wanted to leave the divine ascension mirror. Mu Zhu found it hard to imagine how a person without a body could survive for tens of thousands of years just by relying on his soul. Moreover, that person was even more powerful than the demon saint. What kind of existence was he? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw Yang Kai's eyes burst with light, a thoughtful look on his face, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. Mu Zhu listened carefully and heard Yang Kai talking to himself. Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. The light in Yang Kai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed out loud. How could I have forgotten about it? What is Master referring to? Mu Zhu was puzzled. She didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking of that made him so happy. Yang Kai looked at Mu Zhu with shining eyes and said solemnly, "Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. Didn't you think of something?" Mu Zhu seemed to have grasped something, but before she could react, Yang Kai's soul avatar floated to the side and soon arrived in front of a small tree as tall as a person, staring at it with a burning gaze. Strangely, there wasn't a single leaf on this small tree. It was so bare that it seemed like it could die at any moment, but on the contrary, this small tree was full of vitality. It could be said that the vitality of all the plants in the entire medicine garden combined couldn't compare to even a tiny bit of this small tree's vitality. The immortal tree! Mu Zhu cried out, instantly understanding why Yang Kai was so excited just now. According to legend, as long as one refined the immortal tree, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. At that time, they would live as long as the heavens and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. The wood spirit race was a race that had dealt with all kinds of spiritual flowers and plants since ancient times, so they were naturally no stranger to the legend of the immortal tree. However, it was only a legend after all, and no one knew whether it was true or not. It could even be said that before meeting Yang Kai, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu had even doubted whether there was such a thing as the immortal tree in this world. You want to refine it? Mu Zhu looked at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. Besides this, is there any other way? The flesh incarnation fruit was a way out, but it would take at least 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't afford to wait that long. But didn't you try it before? Mu Zhu frowned. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I did try it before, but never in this state. Perhaps this time, there will be an unexpected surprise. Then you must be careful. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Since he had found another way out, what was there to hesitate about? At worst, he would fail, but it was better than waiting around. His soul avatar turned into a pure mass of divine sense and slowly wrapped around the immortal tree. Soon, the entire immortal tree was wrapped in his soul. The immortal tree was obtained from a strange sealed world in the territory of the lower star field. Yang Kai still remembered that in that sealed world, there was a seven-colored divine bird peacock guarding it. The seven-colored divine bird's body emitted an invincible seven-colored divine light. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that the divine bird peacock was incomparably powerful, but now that he had ascended to the position of the great emperors, even with the eyes of the great emperors, he still felt that the divine bird peacock was invincible. That was definitely not a divine bird that should exist in the territory of the lower star field, but Yang Kai didn't know why it had appeared in that place. After obtaining the immortal tree, Yang Kai had tried many times to refine it, but to no avail. The leaves of the immortal tree had allowed him to save many lives, but the price he had to pay was that the entire immortal tree had become barren, without a single leaf. It was precisely because of his repeated attempts to refine the leaves that Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to the immortal tree and even threw the legend to the back of his mind. If his body hadn't been destroyed this time and he had fallen into a desperate situation, he likely wouldn't have thought of this matter. The body was not only a protection for the soul, but also a kind of restraint. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai discarded all distracting thoughts. Losing his body was a great loss, but it also allowed him to view problems from a new perspective. All things in the world were formless, like the moon in the well, like flowers in the water. The heavenly Tao was impermanent. The heavenly Tao was constant, neither created nor destroyed, neither pure nor impure. There was great terror between life and death, but only by placing oneself in a dead end could one be born. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. In the medicine garden, Mu Zhu watched in amazement. Under her gaze, Yang Kai's soul wrapped around the immortal tree, the power of his soul fusing into the small tree without any resistance, quickly disappearing without a trace. It looked as if the immortal tree had swallowed Yang Kai's soul. Mu Zhu turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Master, Master!" How could there be any response? In her perception, she couldn't even sense Yang Kai's aura. Mu Zhu really panicked this time. If Yang Kai's body was destroyed, there was at least some hope of rebuilding it. But if even his soul was gone, his soul would truly scatter. She never imagined that refining the immortal tree this time would turn out like this. If she had known earlier, she would have stopped Yang Kai no matter what. The shouts alarmed Mu Zhu in the depths of the medicine garden. Her small figure rushed over, and after asking about the situation, she was also stunned. After a long time, the two sisters looked at each other, hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Mu Lu said, "Master is gone. What should we do now?" Mu Zhu was also crying, and while crying, she comforted, "Don't panic. There should be an accident. It's impossible for him to disappear for no reason." Mu Lu said, "Then we have to find a way to save him quickly." "Yes, think of a way, think of a way." Mu Zhu nodded repeatedly. The two sisters looked at each other, their little heads spinning rapidly. After a long time, Mu Zhu said, "I can't think of a way." The two little ones hugged each other and cried bitterly again. Only when they were tired from crying did they gradually stop. Mu Zhu wiped her red and swollen eyes and said, "If only the patriarch was here, she should know what to do." Mu Lu said sadly, "But Master is not here, and we can't leave here. How can we find the patriarch?" The small sealed world was a world of its own, and only Yang Kai and his embodiment could open this world. Although the two of them had stayed here for many years, they didn't have the ability to open it. Then we can only work hard and cultivate. Only when we are strong can we tear open this world and escape from here. When the time comes, we can go find the patriarch. Just as she was talking, Mu Lu suddenly reached out and pulled her. Mu Zhu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Elder sister Mu Zhu, look." Mu Lu pointed in the direction of the immortal tree. Mu Zhu looked over and couldn't help but be surprised because the branches of the immortal tree were gently swaying as if someone was stretching. This scene made people click their tongue in wonder. Mu Zhu's eyes lit up. "Master is fine." There was no wind in the medicine garden at all, and the immortal tree had never moved for so many years. At this time, the branches were dancing. Obviously, it had something to do with Yang Kai's soul merging with it. And under the attention of the two Littlewood spirits, the bare branches danced more and more violently, as if they were throwing a tantrum, the air crackling. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in the minds of the two. "Hey, how did I become a tree? What the hell is going on?" This voice was Yang Kai's. "Master?" Mu Zhu's eyes widened as she looked at the immortal tree in front of her in disbelief. "That's right, it's me." The immortal tree replied while its branches danced, its voice full of depression. There was no way it wouldn't be depressed. After Yang Kai's soul merged with the immortal tree, he suddenly felt a kind of restriction, which then led to this scene. Although he wanted to refine the immortal tree and obtain an immortal and indestructible body, he never thought that he would succeed in this way. After transforming into the immortal tree, he was indeed immortal and indestructible, but what could he do with this body? If he encountered danger, would he use the branches to whip people? Not to mention, this small tree didn't even have a single leaf. Yang Kai always felt like he was naked. The feeling of being naked was very uncomfortable. Looking at the funny scene in front of her, even though she knew that this was not the time to laugh, Mu Zhu still couldn't help but laugh. Mu Lu flew over and circled around the immortal tree. Master, are you okay? Do you really think I'm fine?" Yang Kai asked angrily. Chapter 38:17. Mu Lu's head shrank back upon hearing this. Although they were wood spirits and were innately close to plants and trees, if they really were to become a little flower or a little tree, they would still be unable to accept it, let alone a living person like Yang Kai. Mu Zhu comforted him. "Master, don't panic. Now that you have refined the immortal tree and used it as your body, as long as you cultivate diligently, you might be able to take human form in the future. Master should also know about the saying of plants becoming spirits. In this world, there are many flowers and plants that have been cultivated by the great emperor over the long flowing time period to take human form. Moreover, the immortal tree is a treasure of heaven and earth, so it might be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps when Master takes human form one day, not only will you recover your strength, but you will also be able to advance." "That's reasonable." Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he could only move the branches of the immortal tree. "But you should know that cultivating the plant Tao is much more difficult than cultivating the physical body. No matter how hard I try, if I want to take human form, it will take me at least 1,000 years." Mu Zhu was speechless. Just as she was about to speak again, Yang Kai raised the branch and stopped her. "There's no need to say any more comforting words. I'll first think of a way to come out." Saying this, the immortal tree fell silent again. The two wood spirits anxiously watched from the side. Not long after, the aura of Yang Kai's divine sense came from the immortal tree. Immediately after, a visible divine sense flew out from the immortal tree and transformed back into Yang Kai's appearance. However, at this moment, Yang Kai still had some lingering fear on his face, as if he was thinking about something. This time, refining and getting rid of the immortal tree had been unexpectedly easy, as if he hadn't encountered any obstacles at all. Unlike before, when he had tried several times without success, he had even thought that the legend was fake. The biggest difference between now and before was that he didn't have a physical body. In other words, if he wanted to refine the immortal tree, he really needed to break it down and rebuild it. Only by completely breaking away from the shackles of a physical body could he truly refine the immortal tree. Before, he had his own body, so he didn't have the qualifications to refine it. With this thought, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, even if someone other than him obtained the immortal tree, who would give up their own body to refine it? It was a coincidence that his physical body had been smashed into smithereens, and he had no other choice but to give it a try. In the end, he succeeded easily. If that's the case, Yang Kai frowned and fell into deep thought. His eyes gradually brightened. At a certain moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "I'm going out for a while." Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his divine sense and plunged into the immortal tree before disappearing. A moment later, The immortal tree shook its branches and broke out of the medicine garden, its bare branches twisting as it shot out of the sealed world bead. Inside the void, where the soul-warming lotus was, a small tree the height of a person appeared out of thin air. This was the first time the two supreme treasures of heaven and earth had met in such a way. The soul-warming lotus had always been in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so he had never had such an opportunity before. Stretching out a branch and wrapping the soul-warming lotus, the seven-colored light enveloping the entire tree and protecting Yang Kai's soul from being affected by the power of the void. The small tree exuded a surging vitality as it shuttled back and forth through the void. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be attracted by the vitality of the immortal tree. Pieces of flesh and limbs flew over from all directions, completely wrapping around the immortal tree in a short while. Looking over, the immortal tree quickly disappeared, and what was shuttling back and forth in the void was a huge ball of flesh. This meatball was composed of countless pieces of flesh and looked extremely strange, but from the inside of this meatball, a life aura was slowly being born. Yang Kai was ecstatic. He had never thought that his sudden inspiration would really work. As time passed, the meatball grew larger and larger, gradually turning into a behemoth several dozen meters in diameter. From the inside of the body, heavy and slow thumping sounds came out rhythmically. As the sound rose and fell, the entire ball of flesh slowly expanded and shrank. Finally, all the broken pieces of flesh and blood gathered together, and the meatball floated quietly, the thumping sounds filling the air. From time to time, the surface of the meatball would bulge up, as if something was about to break out of it. Yang Kai, who was inside the meatball, felt his whole body overflowing with vitality. The richness of this vitality was simply unprecedented. The immortal tree, which was as tall as a person, seemed to be dissolving, turning into pure vitality that merged with the pieces of flesh. The flesh and blood wriggled, and the broken limbs reassembled. Yang Kai soon felt that he had a head, then hands, a body, and 2 legs. In less than half a day, Yang Kai once again felt his own existence. This was not an existence on the level of his soul, but a true resurrection. A feeling of rebirth lingered in his heart, giving him an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Raising his arms with a loud bang, the huge meatball burst apart, revealing his strong and heroic figure. Closing his eyes and examining himself, Yang Kai found that there were no hidden dangers in his body, and every part of his body was in an unprecedented state. Not only had his body been reconstructed, but even the injuries he had suffered during the battle with Great Demon God had disappeared. Moreover, the vitality in his body was so rich that he found it hard to believe. He had the source of the dragon race, so his vitality was much more exuberant than others, but compared to his current self, the difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. The immortal tree had disappeared without a trace, fusing into every inch of his flesh and blood. With a light clench of his fist, it seemed as if it could even shatter the void. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai examined himself. Perhaps it was because he had been resurrected once, but now he was like a newborn baby. Every inch of his skin was white and translucent, and even his original white hair had disappeared, leaving behind only a head of black hair that draped over his shoulders like a waterfall. The white hair was the result of his battle with the Wind Monarch in the Flowing Time Temple, where he had been eroded by the principles of time and had lost a great deal of his lifespan. This was a fundamental damage that even Yang Kai, who had become the great emperors, could not restore. But this time it had actually disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. His white hair turning black meant that he had regained his lost lifespan. But on second thought, according to the legends, refining the immortal tree would allow one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body. So did lifespan mean anything to him? Whether he could become immortal or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but refining the immortal tree this time had definitely greatly increased his lifespan. Otherwise, such a change would not have occurred. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai smiled silently and said, "Don't worry, I'm alive again." Inside the small sealed world, inside the medicine garden, the 2 little wood spirits were waiting nervously, and when these words came out, a scene of Yang Kai standing in the void immediately appeared in front of them. The two little ones' eyes widened at once, and in the next moment, Mu Zhu raised her hand and covered Mu Lu's eyes, blushing as she said, "Clothes, clothes." Yang Kai patted his head and hurriedly cut off the connection with the small sealed world. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. After thinking for a while, he put on a snow-white windbreaker with a high collar that almost covered the back of his neck, and a huge, killed character was embroidered on the back, giving off a murderous aura. This was something that Shanqing Luo and the others asked Hou Yu to refine when the Jizi army was first established. The materials used were all extremely precious, so it could be considered a good artifact. It had a certain degree of defensive ability, and it could be used in conjunction with Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique, allowing him to expand or shrink at will. The original intention was for Yang Kai to resonate with the killed character banner when he commanded the Jizi army to fight against the enemy, increasing his power and prestige. Yang Kai thought that it was too flashy, so he never wore it. But now, it came in handy. As a newcomer, he had to have a decent style. His divine sense surged and spread out, and soon, Yang Kai felt an aura that was connected to his mind. Reaching out, he shouted, "Spear, come!" With a buzzing sound, a stream of light broke through the air and was caught by Yang Kai. It was the black dragon spear that he had lost when his body exploded. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's aura suddenly became fierce. Looking forward, it was as if he could see through the barrier of space and into the war-torn world. "Let's fight the second match, and Mo wins." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and disappeared. Star boundary. Inside the High Heaven Palace, Shanqing Luo looked at Su Yin with red and swollen eyes. "Big sister, are you sure our husband is not dead?" Su Yan's eyes were also red, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Hearing this, she said firmly, "I'm sure." Shuiyu said, "Big sister, don't lie to us." We? Su Yin wiped her face and said, "He is now one of the great emperors. If he had really fallen, there would have been a strange phenomenon. But from half a day ago until now, there hasn't been any strange phenomenon, so he is not dead. Have you all forgotten the situation when Kenya was killed?" Hearing her say this, the women's spirits were roused. That was indeed the case. When Kenya was killed, there was indeed a slight anomaly in heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire star realm, no matter how strong they were, knew in that instant that the great emperor had fallen. It seemed that Yang Kai was really fine. Otherwise, it was impossible for this world to not have any reaction. But that was a crack in space. If it was blocked by the barrier of heaven and earth, Su Yin said, "Don't forget, there was still the great emperor's Mingyu." The girls were startled, and they all showed a look of realization. The great emperor's Mingyu had fallen in the demon territory. Even his fallen star boundary had a strange phenomenon. If something had really happened to Yang Kai, there would have been some signs even in the crack in space. But until now, there was no strange phenomenon in the world. This undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai was still alive, but for some reason, he had not returned. If the others had not returned, they might have been worried. But Yang Kai was a void great emperor who had reached the peak of the great emperor realm through the use of space principles. No matter how dangerous that void crevice was, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Yang Kai's failure to return was probably because he was in the middle of healing. After all, he had brought his severed hand into the void crevice and had definitely been injured. But Su Yin looked at the battle in the distance with some worry. She secretly prayed that he would come back quickly. If he did not, the star boundary would not be able to hold on. Chapter 38:18. The world buzzed as one figure after another was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept across the world. Even the false emperors could not easily approach. Li Wui had tried to lend a hand several times, but he was forced to retreat by the terrifying energy. Even he, the strongest person below the great emperors, could not participate in this battle, let alone the other false emperors. Moreover, there were still many half-saint experts eyeing the demon race covetously, so they needed to be on guard. The battle situation was not optimistic. Although the great demon god's right hand had been cut off, which had caused him great damage and was equivalent to pulling out one of his canine teeth, The great emperors had also paid a huge price for this. Everyone's aura was unstable at this moment, and Wukong was in the best situation. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was worthy of being called the #1 evil cultivation technique since ancient times. It could devour the enemy's power and transform it for its own use. Its ability to continue fighting was obvious to all. During the battle of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, if it were not for the battle technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong would not have been able to contend against the combined forces of the other 9 great emperors. At that time, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors by himself. Although the current great demon god was powerful and had single-handedly beaten the experts of the star boundary into a sorry state, no one had died yet. Apart from the missing great emperors of the void, everyone else was still alive. From this point of view, Wukong at his peak was not necessarily inferior to the current great demon god. The great emperors had survived the battle of the Shattered Star Sea, but today's situation was difficult. After all, the great demon god's realm had surpassed that of the great emperors. This was a gap that could not be closed. Countless dragon scales fell off from the bodies of the 2 dragon elders. Huge wounds were left on their bodies, and blood was dripping down from their wounds. Thousands of kilograms of dragon blood smashed into the ground, creating huge, deep pits. The Iron Blood Great Emperor behind Zhang Wuhen was dim and lifeless. His chi and blood were extremely weak. The Ice Feather Sword was broken, and Flowery Shadow's chest was pierced through. Demonic chi was growing, and Wondrous Dan was gasping for breath, coughing up blood. Heaven's Revelations' hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. Martial Beast's fists were shaking uncontrollably, and all 10 of his fingers were broken. Taiyu was still around. However, after disintegrating once, Taiyu was only half of his original size. Furthermore, his aura was much weaker than when he was at his peak. It seemed that his strength had been greatly reduced due to the previous disintegration. Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tianxing, was also covered in blood, but her eyes were blazing with anger, and her murderous intent almost burned through the world. What a tragic battle this was! The universe was wailing, and the world was trembling. The entire star boundary was showing faint signs of disintegration. Huge void cracks covered the entire world, and the world principles were in chaos. It seemed that the world could collapse at any moment. The great emperors couldn't hold on, so how could the world withstand it? The world had already been eroded by the demon intent and had lost all of its vitality. After the great battle, the world force was constantly being mobilized, and the energy of the world was almost exhausted. The great demon god seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and in the most serious places, large chunks of flesh were missing, revealing the white bones inside. Facing the fierce counterattack of the great emperors, no matter how strong the great demon god was, he had to pay a huge price. In the end, it's still this king. What's the point of your dying struggles? The great demon god sneered as he gasped for breath. No one responded, which made him look like a clown jumping up and down. The great demon god coldly snorted and raised his giant palm. Let's end this. Although you have done your best, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for with effort. The giant palm slammed down, blocking the light in front of everyone. At this moment, the aura of death enveloped everyone, causing them to shiver all over. Zhang Wuhen suddenly raised his head and looked up at the void. The great demon god also hurriedly looked back. From the dark void, a cold light bloomed, and a spear shot out like a dragon. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. I'm back. The great demon god's eyes shrank as he cried out involuntarily, "How could you not be dead?" No one knew better than him how powerful the explosion of the broken palm was. It was impossible for a mere young Kai to come out unscathed. Even if he was proficient in space principles, there was no way he could escape from the damage of the broken palm's explosion. The best result would have been for him to be crushed to pieces. But now, this young man who had jumped out from the void did not seem injured at all, and even his previous injuries had been completely healed. His aura was even stronger than before, And the power of this spear actually caused the great demon god to feel a sense of crisis. It was as if he did not block this attack, something extremely bad would happen. The wind howled and his white windbreaker flapped wildly. Yang Kai was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, causing the eyes of all the great emperors to light up. The great demon god hurriedly withdrew his giant palm and grabbed at Yang Kai. In the next moment, an angry roar came from the great demon god's mouth as his giant palm was pierced through by a violent strength. Yang Kai was wrapped in a thick, murderous intent, causing blood to spurt out from his body, but he was completely untainted as he leapt above the great demon god's head, gripped the end of his spear, and then smashed it down. With a loud bang, the fierce attack of an ant actually caused the several hundred zhang tall great demon god's body to bend, causing him to almost kneel on the ground. This spear strike caused the great demon god to be somewhat dazed, and his giant body swayed as if he was drunk. How could the great emperors miss such a good opportunity? A dragon roar sounded as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked together. Zhan Wuhen and the others rushed in from all directions, releasing the last of their strength. Hong Hong Hong. The great demon god's body swayed left and right from the impact. His old injuries had yet to heal, but new wounds were added to them. Blood splattered everywhere, and he unconsciously let out a miserable howl. In just a short 3 breaths, the great demon god had already recovered. His body shook, and a violent demonic chi swept out, blowing everyone away. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Hua Ying and Bing Yu fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Tai Yu's giant body once again disintegrated, and a small figure came out from it, plunging into the ground and disappearing. Li Wu Yi's figure flickered, and he quickly rushed to the place where the great emperors had fallen, saving them one by one. Only Yang Kai was left. He shook the black dragon spear, and spear shadows filled the sky, enveloping the great demon god. Blood splattered everywhere, and every spear strike caused holes to appear on the great demon god's body. "I want you dead," the great demon god roared, and he stretched out his hand to grab the small figure in front of him. "You want to talk me to death with your mouth?" Yang Kai sneered, and he didn't even try to dodge the giant hand that was coming at him. Instead, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Amidst crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swayed behind him. A supreme dragon might spread out. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Yang Kai's aura soared, but he was stunned for a moment, because he found that there was something wrong with his vision. Compared to the previous dragon transformation, his field of vision seemed to be much higher. With a thought, he understood what was going on. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, he had actually grown taller again, and this time, it was a sharp increase. His originally 1,000 zhang long body had now become 2,000 zhang long, more than twice his original height. Such a huge change made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Refining the immortal tree actually gave him such a benefit? The foundation of the dragon transformation secret technique was to develop the dragon race's source strength in one's body. The more source strength one developed, the larger one's body would become after dragon transformation. Previously, comprehending the true meaning of martial Tao in the ancient battlefield had allowed the dragon race source strength to advance, and after several decades of bitter cultivation, he had grown to 1,000 zhang long body. But this time, after shattering his body, breaking his bones and re-establishing himself, and refining the immortal tree, he had also stimulated the dragon race source strength to a great extent. If not for this, how could he have a 2,000 zhang long half-dragon body? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the blue dragon spear pierced through the great demon god's body and came out. At the same time, the great demon god's palm slammed into Yang Kai's head. An irresistible force passed through Yang Kai's body, causing him to feel as if his head was about to explode. He quickly reacted and confirmed that this wasn't just a feeling, but rather that half of his head had really been shattered. The great demon god grinned. "You overestimate yourself." If Yang Kai hadn't clashed head-on with him, he might have needed to expend a lot of effort to kill him in his current state, but in such a situation, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, the gap between their realms was impossible to make up for. Although Yang Kai didn't know how Yang Kai had managed to avoid such a calamity before, now that half of his head had been shattered, it was impossible for him to recover. Lock. Yang Kai also grinned, his smile particularly gloomy with only half of his head remaining. Using the world's will to control the blue dragon spear, Yang Kai gripped the shaft of the spear with both hands and fiercely thrust it forward, nailing the great demon god to the ground. Yang Kai raised his head and glared fiercely. Let's see where you can run now. Using the world's will to bind the blue dragon spear, the great demon god wouldn't be able to escape unless he destroyed the entire star boundary. You. The great demon god's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. With all his experience, even after roaming the world for so many years, he had never seen anyone who could still be alive after half of their head was shattered. Immediately, his expression changed greatly. This vitality. From the wound on Yang Kai's head, he actually felt an unimaginable vitality, one that even he couldn't help but stir. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's wound squirmed and quickly recovered. The great demon god's eyes widened even further. Many of the great emperors who were watching this scene were also shocked. Flesh and bone, the living dead. Su Yan's face went pale, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. The immortal tree. Only the heavens knew how desperate she felt when she saw Yang Kai's head being shattered. But now that she understood that Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, she finally felt a great weight fall from her heart. The immortal tree. You actually refined the immortal tree. The great demon god also finally reacted. Everything he had just witnessed indicated that this guy who had ruined his plans had refined the legendary supreme treasure of heaven and earth, causing him to feel extremely jealous. Chapter 38:19. If he had possessed the immortal tree in the past, he would have been revived long ago. There would have been no need for tens of thousands of years of painstaking planning or for today's difficult battle. How could you have the immortal tree? The great demon god was about to go crazy from jealousy. His only response was Yang Kai's fierce fist, which smashed into his temple, causing his vision to darken and his mind to buzz. Instinctively, great demon god reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. However, Yang Kai didn't care and simply sent out a barrage of punches towards great demon god, causing a series of explosions to ring out. The great demon god also ignored this and stuffed the torn piece of flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Since Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, it could be said that his entire being was the immortal tree, his flesh and blood filled with the immortal tree's essence. Surging vitality erupted from his abdomen, causing his tragic injuries to be somewhat suppressed. At the final juncture of the final battle, no one had expected the situation to turn out like this. The great demon god's massive body had been nailed to the ground by Yang Kai's black dragon spear, unable to move at all. Yang Kai's 2,500-meter-long dragon body was madly attacking while the great demon god waved his hands, constantly tearing off flesh from Yang Kai's body and swallowing it whole. As the punches rained down, a series of muffled booms resounded throughout the world. The great demon god's head was almost deformed as countless wounds appeared on it. Yang Kai was also not faring any better, his body losing a great deal of flesh and blood, revealing his golden dragon bones. Under the effects of the immortal tree's essence, both of their injuries were quickly repaired, and for a time, they were evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. Now, it was time to see who could persevere longer. A figure swayed as he flew over from a short distance away. It was Wu Kuang, who was chuckling lowly with a crazed look on his face. He only stopped when he was right above the great demon god's head. Then, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Heaven devouring! Battle law!" As this palm descended, although it did not seem to contain much power, it could be seen with the naked eye as a pure energy was extracted from the great demon god's body and fused into Wukong's. Wukong's face filled with ecstasy, as if he had just eaten the most delicious food in the world, his laughter becoming even crazier. Bastard! The great demon god glared at the ant above his head. Wukong stared back at him, his eyes filled with ridicule as he taunted, "If you have the ability, then glare at this king to death." If it were any other time, the great demon god would not have placed Wukong in his eyes. Before, when he had fought against the great emperors of the Star Boundary by himself, Wukong had also used this heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique to devour his strength many times, but to no avail. However, at this moment, the great demon god was like a wooden crossbow, his body impaled by the blue dragon spear. Yang Kai's attacks rained down like a storm, and when Wukong tried to devour him again, the great demon god was unable to resist. His strength was rapidly draining away, disappearing into thin air, and even the essence of the immortal tree was unable to replenish it. Panic rose in his heart as the great demon god's complexion changed greatly. He raised his hand in an attempt to grab Wukong, but was caught off guard by a dragon tail that suddenly swept over and restrained one of his arms with a tremendous force. He struggled a few times, but was unable to move at all. The great demon god roared as he used his other hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. Halfway there, he used his palm as a knife and stabbed it into Yang Kai's chest, grabbing hold of his beating heart. However, before the great demon god could exert any strength, Yang Kai grinned and grabbed the great demon god's giant hand, gripping it tightly as he spat out a single word: "Explode." Space principles fluctuated wildly as the space force around the great demon god's arm exploded. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god's arm was directly severed, causing a miserable howl to ring out. Yang Kai casually tossed the giant arm behind his back before unleashing a barrage of attacks on the great demon god once more. Demonic chi began to grow around the great demon god's severed arm as his flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if a new arm would soon grow back, but under the influence of Wukong's heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique. The blood and pure energy that flowed out from the severed arm were constantly being devoured, causing the wound to show no signs of healing, let alone regrowing it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the great demon god's monstrous aura continued to fall, and so did Yang Kai's. Even though he had completely recovered after refining the immortal tree and had fought a second battle, he was still unable to withstand such a direct confrontation. Scram! Like a dying flash of light, the originally weakened great demon god suddenly launched an attack, opening his mouth and roaring as a violent force poured out, transforming into a deadly attack that slammed into Yang Kai's body. The 2,500-meter-long body of the great demon god didn't pause in the slightest as he was sent flying. Midair, the sound of bones cracking could be heard as a series of wounds burst open on his chest, causing golden blood to spray out. Falling heavily to the ground, Yang Kai quickly got up, but before he could fully stand up, he staggered and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His vision was blurred by blood, and the entire world was covered in a golden hue. "It's time." Wukong, who had been hovering above the great demon god's head and constantly devouring his strength, suddenly whispered. Immediately after, he shook his arms and shouted, "Junior, if the situation doesn't seem right, don't hesitate to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble." As soon as these words fell, Wukong's figure fell from the sky and thrust his palm into one of the wounds on the great demon god's forehead. Immediately after, Wukong's body trembled and his eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly brightening. Wukong hurriedly withdrew his hand, retreated from the great demon god's body, and flew to Yang Kai's side, staring forward with a dignified expression. This action didn't cause any damage at all, but after Wukong's attack, the great demon god, who had been nailed to the ground and was facing the sky, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes bulging as he shouted angrily, "Ignorant scoundrel, how dare you? Scram for this king." As soon as these words fell, his weak aura suddenly fluctuated, and demonic chi also fluctuated inside his huge body, as if he was going through a difficult struggle. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he observed. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, But soon he thought of something and turned his head to the side, frowning as he asked, "Master Hongchen?" Duan Hongchun gently nodded and said solemnly, "Get ready. If the situation is not right, immediately join forces with this old master to kill him." Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Wukong is trying to possess this body? Since the most recent opening of the Shattered Star Sea, Duan Hongchen and Wukong's souls had become one. Under normal circumstances, it was Wukong who took the lead. So now that the one standing in front of him was Duan Hongchun, it wasn't difficult to guess where Wukong had gone. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling horrified by Wukong's audacity. This was the great demon god. How could he think of possessing his body? However, on second thought, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The great emperors of Hongchen and the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't always be like this. Now that there was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before him, if he were Wukong, he would never miss it. Even if he had to take a huge risk, compared with the gains after success, it was undoubtedly worth it. Duan Hongchun slowly shook his head. It's not possession, it's devouring. Yang Kai understood. Possession was different from devouring. The latter was Wukong's specialty. At this moment, the great demon god was almost exhausted from fighting, and Wukong had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style, so he really had a chance to succeed. What are the odds? Yang Kai asked. Less than 30%. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Wukong actually dared to take a risk with less than 30% chance? He really didn't take his life seriously. Duan Hongchun had shared a body with him for many years, so no one understood the characteristics of Wukong's heaven-devouring great emperor's battle style better than him. If he said it was less than 30%, then it was absolutely true. Do we need to guard against Wukong? Yang Kai asked again. If Wukong failed, needless to say, he would simply have to fight the great demon god a third time and sacrifice his life to kill him. But if Wukong succeeded, how to deal with him would be a problem. Previously, with Duan Hongchen restraining him, Wukong had no way to act recklessly and stir up trouble. But now that he had broken free from Duan Hongchen's body and obtained the great demon god's new body, if he really wanted to do evil, the great demon god's battle style would be even more dangerous. Star Boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Yang Kai, as one of the great emperors of the void, had the world's will supporting him, so he could feel it more clearly than the average person. This battle would cause endless trouble for the entire Star Boundary. No need. Duan Hongchun slowly shook his head. If he succeeds, there will be nothing left for him to care about here. His pursuit of the martial Dao has always been firm. It was fine if he didn't know this before, but now that he knows that there is always someone better than him, do you think he will still stay here? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's true. Then let's hope he succeeds. Although Yang Kai did not fear a third battle with the great demon god and had refined the immortal tree, his restorative abilities were simply terrifying. Most of the wounds he had suffered just now had already been healed, so it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Even if the great demon god had swallowed a lot of his flesh and blood, how much could he recover? The second battle had resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, so if a third battle were to take place, Yang Kai was confident that he could kill the great demon god here on his own. Calming his heart, Yang Kai began restoring his strength as much as possible while simultaneously paying attention to the great demon god's movements. After Wukong's soul broke in, the great demon god had constantly struggled and roared, but the blue dragon spear had pierced through his body, so even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Inside his huge body, Yang Kai could clearly feel two different auras colliding, entangling and fusing with each other, making it impossible to distinguish which was which. Inside his body, an earth-shattering strength swept out in all directions as a shockwave spread out from the great demon god. A number of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded the great demon god. These were the great emperors who had been exhausted from the previous battle. While Yang Kai was fighting the great demon god alone, all of them had been doing their best to restore their strength, and now they finally had some ability to move. Even the previously unconscious Huaying and Bingyu had woken up. Yang Kai raised his head and swept his eyes over these familiar faces, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he withdrew his dragon transformation and flew up together with Duan Hongchun. 9 figures, 9 great emperors, all of their auras linked together, the strength of the entire world of heaven and earth circulating between them as they quietly looked down, accumulating strength, ready to act. Chapter 38:20. The passage of time had never been so long, and every moment of waiting was a torment to them. 9 figures stood in the void and quietly watched as the 2 chis inside the great demon god's body, which was still pinned down by the blue dragon spear, continued to fiercely clash. Gradually, the confrontation weakened and then calmed down. After an unknown period of time, the great demon god closed his eyes and lay there quietly, as if he had really died. However, under the supervision of Yang Kai and the others' divine senses, they could still feel a faint vitality from the great demon god's body. The great demon god was not dead, but he had truly reached the end of his life. The current great demon god no longer had the high spirits he had when he had just been resurrected. Instead, his appearance was incomparably miserable. At a certain moment, the great demon god suddenly opened his eyes, and although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were still shining brightly. The corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a low chuckle. At first, the sound was not too loud, but it gradually grew louder and louder until it became a hearty laughter, as if he had encountered something that made him extremely happy and could not stop. The great emperors watched on coldly. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Duan Hongchun, but the latter's expression was as calm as an ancient well, obviously unable to determine who was controlling the great demon god's body at this moment. "Emo Shang?" Yang Kai coldly shouted. The great demon god stopped laughing and looked up. "What do you think?" Then, with a hiss, he angrily shouted, "Junior, hurry up and pull out this damn spear for this king." Yang Kai turned his head again to look at Duan Hongchun. He really had no way of determining whether Wukong's devouring had succeeded or not. The only one who could make an accurate judgment now was Duan Hongchun, who had lived with Wukong for many years. Everyone else also looked at Duan Hongchun. Duan Hongchun shook his head and said, "I can't tell." Yang Kai grinned. "Then that's easy. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go." In any case, the Wukong wasn't a good person. Back then, when they were roaming the astral territory, they had tormented countless lower planes territory. They were simply taking revenge for the creatures that had died in those lower planes territory. The great demonic god was enraged. "Old ghost Red Dust, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you believe that I won't reveal your secret?" He turned to look at the great emperors of Flowery Shadow. "Hualinglong, do you still remember that one year when you were at the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory?" "Shut up." Duan Hongchun's countenance changed. He raised his hand to stop her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. The great emperors of Flower Shadow frowned. Her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. "What do you mean?" Great demon god raised his brow and smiled at Duan Hongchun. Duan Hongchun glared fiercely at him. Then he swept his gaze over the others and said with certainty, "He is Wukong." "What about Emo Shang?" Yang Kai asked. Wukong grinned fiercely. "This king is still alive. What do you think his fate will be?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't expected that Wukong would really succeed in this matter. In this defeat, not only had his resurrected body been taken away, even his soul had been devoured. No matter how powerful Emo Shang was, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble again. Relieved, an indescribable exhaustion swept through his body and mind. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body fell straight down. Not only him, but the great emperors floating in the sky, the 2 elders of the dragon race, and the heaven's punishment descendant Zhang Ruoxi, all of them fell to the ground like dumplings. This earth-shattering battle didn't last too long. It had only been a few days since Great Demon God appeared. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for many years and had fought countless life and death battles. Let alone a battle of a few days, there had even been battles that lasted for months or even years. But there had never been a battle that was as difficult as this one, that made them feel so tired. The moment they confirmed that Emo Sheng was dead and their side had won, the taut strings in their hearts loosened and the great emperors even lost their composure. But for better or for worse, with their cultivation, they didn't really fall flat on their faces. They all staggered as they fell, their footsteps weak. Yang Kai's situation was the best. He had refined the immortal tree and possessed the dragon race's source, so his restorative ability was far superior to the others. At the very least, he still had some strength left. With a sweep of his divine sense, everything in the world was imprinted in his mind. Feeling the pairs of eyes looking in his direction and the apprehension in the hearts of the people in the star boundary, Yang Kai exhaled and said, "Emo Sheng is dead. We won." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of world energy, it spread to every corner of the star boundary and reached the ears of everyone who was still alive. After a brief moment of silence, earth-shattering cheers rang out. The inside and outside of the high heaven palace were boiling with joy, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon could be seen again. Yang Kai grinned and directly lay down on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking up at the sky. The sky was still hazy and the demonic chi was tumbling, but Yang Kai mustered up all his strength and exhaled, instantly opening a huge hole in the demonic chi that covered the world. Dazzling sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness and making everyone feel warm. Figures rushed out from the high heaven palace, one after another. Their delicate bodies rushed into Yang Kai's arms as sobbing sounds rang out incessantly. The little senior sister cried the most fiercely, her eyes swollen like peaches. Shuiyu was also weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Although Shanqing Luo was restraining herself, she still couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Zhu Qing and Su Yin were better off, but their beautiful eyes were filled with lingering fear. When Yang Kai rushed into the void with the broken palm wrapped around him, the void exploded, and so did their hearts. At that moment, Su Yin and the others felt as if the sky had collapsed. Fortunately, half a day later, Yang Kai came back again, full of energy. Even thinking about it now, the feeling was like a nightmare to them. Yang Kai hugged them left and right, comforting them for a while, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, it was Su Yin who reprimanded them with a straight face, making them stop crying. "Hey, Junior, if you're done, can you come and see this king? This king is still nailed here. If you don't come, this king will die." A dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Yang Kai didn't even look at this voice. "What's the hurry? I won't die anytime soon. Just let me catch my breath." He was exhausted. He was really exhausted. Even though he had refined the immortal tree and was rapidly repairing his injuries, at this moment, his body was in perfect condition, but the consumption of his strength could not be replenished. This time, if he didn't rest for 10 days or half a month, he would not have the strength to fight again. However, although Emo Sheng was dead, the star boundary had become a huge mess now, so he still needed to clean it up. Things were far from over. After cuddling for a while, Yang Kai asked Su Yin to take the women away. Then, he stood up and walked towards Great Demon God's huge body step by step. When he got close, he flew into the air and hugged the blue dragon spear's tail. With a thought, the blue dragon spear quickly shrank to a length of 10 meters and was pulled out by Yang Kai. Wukong grunted as blood spurted from his chest and abdomen, but after getting rid of the blue dragon spear, he was finally able to sit up. Looking down, he also gasped. "How is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong grumpily said, "I won't die." "I'm asking you how your new body is," Yang Kai snorted. Wukong silently sensed his new body and grinned, "Excellent. It's thousands of times better than old Ghost Hong Chin's rotten body. It's a good deal for you." With this body, as long as he could recover, Wukong could immediately become a heaven-opening realm master. Since he had swallowed Emo Sheng's soul, he could naturally inherit Emo Sheng's body. Although this would definitely have some hidden dangers, and it would not be as good as cultivating step by step, for the current Wukong, the advantages still outweighed the disadvantages. Otherwise, he would have to fuse with Duan Hongqin's soul, which was something neither he nor Duan Hongqin could tolerate. Over the years, he had not tried to seize another person's body. Firstly, he could not find a suitable one. After all, he was one of the great emperors, so how could he be interested in an ordinary person's body? Secondly, Duan Hongchun did not dare let him go easily. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Duan Hongchun could not stop him. As the two of them were talking, an unusual aura suddenly emerged from the ground in the distance. This aura was so strong that only the great emperors and demon saint could compare to it, and from the characteristics of this aura, it was obvious that it belonged to a demon saint. All the great emperors were shocked. At this time, none of them had the strength to act. If a demon saint really attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw a streak of light flying over, and he could not help but laugh. This woman had woken up at the perfect time, perfectly avoiding a fatal disaster. Under everyone's gazes, the streak of light stopped in midair, revealing Bei Limo's figure. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, taking in the situation of all the masters, and her gaze quickly settled on Yang Kai and Wukong, a look of surprise in her eyes. What was going on? She actually saw Yang Kai and the great demon god chatting and laughing together, and they were less than 300 meters apart. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear without any hostility, and the great demon god sat on the ground without any killing intent. The demon saint was nowhere to be seen, and the great emperors of the star boundary were all exhausted, their auras weak. What had happened while she was unconscious? Could it be that the star boundary and the demon territory had made peace? But how was that possible? Bei Moli felt dizzy, as if she was dreaming. "You're in luck." Yang Kai nodded slightly at her, causing Bei Limo to be even more confused. Her memories were still stuck at the moment when she was knocked out by Yang Kai. Although she was under the great demon god's control at that time, her mind was still clear. She, Yu Ruming, and Chang Tian had walked out of that mysterious space, and before they could do anything, the soul brand that Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge had taken effect, and she had instantly fallen unconscious. Even now, her head felt as if it had split open. Bei Limo guessed that her soul had suffered some damage. At that time, Yang Kai had been so anxious that he had no time to control the strength of the soul brand. He had only wanted to make Bei Limo fall unconscious. After that, the great demon god was outnumbered and had no choice but to merge with many demon saint. Bei Limo's unconscious body did not accept the conscription, and she had safely survived. Otherwise, she would have been like Shueli and the others, turned into a powerful asset for the great demon god. If that had been the case, there would be no Bei Limo. Chapter 38:21. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Yang Kai said, "Imo Shang is dead." Bei Limo blinked, almost thinking she had heard wrong, turning her head to look at the giant body. The great demon god was clearly in front of her, so why did Yang Kai say he was dead? But soon, Bei Limo's expression changed as she stared at Wukong and said, "You are not the great demon god master." Although the giant body in front of her was still the great demon god's, the aura it exuded was completely different from before. A chuckle rang out. "This king is Wu." Bei Limo's beautiful eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip as she asked in horror, "You possessed him?" She was not an idiot. On the contrary, as a demon saint, how much experience did she have? So, as soon as she realized that Wukong's soul was inside the great demon god's body, she immediately thought of the key point. More or less, Wukong responded indifferently, too lazy to explain anything. Bei Limo sucked in a breath of cold air as she looked at Wukong, then at Yang Kai, then at the great emperors around her, and couldn't help but fall into a daze. The great demon god was actually dead, and not only was he dead, but he was also possessed by Wukong. Even if she didn't dare believe it, the facts were right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. She hadn't participated in the previous battle, but judging from the aftermath of the battle and the situation of the great emperors in Star Boundary, it was definitely an extremely tragic battle. The final result was actually like this. Demon territory was won, Star Boundary won, but it was also a Pyrrhic victory. Heaven and earth were almost shattered, and Yuan Qi was greatly injured. As a demon saint, Bei Limo didn't feel much sadness. After all, she had relied on Star Boundary because of the soul brand, drawing a clear line between herself and the other demon saints. Moreover, the feeling of being controlled by the great demon god was terrible. She was actually a little happy that the great demon god had been killed. Although Yang Kai's soul brand could control her, it wouldn't be as thorough as the great demon gods. So that's how it is. Bailey Emo gently nodded. What about the others? Looking around, she was the only one left among the great emperors and demon saint-level powerhouses. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Long Day is like a dream. The other demon saint have all fallen. Bailey Emo nodded slightly. This kind of ending was acceptable. She smiled and said, "Congratulations." Yang Kai sneered. This battle was so tragic. What was there to congratulate? He waved his hand and said, "There are still many people at the demon race. You go and take care of them." Bailey Emo nodded and flew out. In this final battle, the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was tragic, but how could the other battles not be the same? Especially the half-saint fake emperors, there were many casualties. After the appearance of the great demon god, the half-saint who originally sought refuge with the star boundary changed sides. Now that the great demon god was dead, they were free from his control. As for the remaining demon race members, seeing that the situation was hopeless, they had long given up resistance. At this moment, they gathered together. Their eyes were full of confusion about the future. It was best to leave it to Bailey Emo to deal with. The star boundary also suffered huge losses. Almost all the spirit peaks of the High Heaven Palace were razed, and the originally beautiful spirit land was a mess. Counting the casualties and treating the wounded, the star boundary was bustling with activity after the battle. One day later, Yang Kai was the first to recover. He released Chang Tian and Yuru Ming from the small sealed world. Yuru Ming was fine, but Chang Tian and Bailey Emo were the same. Their souls had suffered some damage, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, after this battle, Chang Tian had obviously aged a lot. Even his hair was a little white. He was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If not, he would not have wanted to accept Yang Kai as his successor and take over the 100-spirit continent. Now that his soul was damaged, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. It was likely that he only had a few hundred years left in his lifespan. For ordinary people, a few hundred years was several lifetimes. But for a master like Chang Tian, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. However, for a character like him, he had long put life and death aside. He had lived a wonderful life, so he could be indifferent in the face of death. The three demon saints were busy gathering the remnants of the demon race. Yang Kai used his body as the great emperors to communicate with the will of the heavens and earth, completely dispelling the demon chi in the star boundary. He had done this during the Great War, but at that time, the great demon god had interfered, so he had not been able to do it fully. Now that the great demon god was dead, there was no one to stop him. Naturally, he had to set the star boundary right. Otherwise, the remnants of the demon chi would cause endless trouble in the future. After a day of hard work, the entire star boundary saw the light of day again. Yang Kai was exhausted. However, the world was unstable. The void was full of huge void cracks, which looked extremely terrifying. The world principles of the entire star boundary were also in chaos. It seemed that they did not have much ability to repair themselves. The great emperors, who were recognized by the heavens and earth, felt this very clearly. Now, they could not mobilize much of the world's force. If the star boundary was left alone in such a state, it would sooner or later perish, and it would not take too long. The shortest time would be 1,000 years, and the longest time would be 10,000 years. The star boundary should follow in the footsteps of the demon territory. At that time, the universe would fall apart, the star boundary would collapse, and this world would cease to exist. After another 3 days, the great emperors gradually recovered and regained the ability to move. Although their injuries would require a long flowing time great emperor to recuperate for a long time before they could recover, this kind of thing could not be rushed. The High Heaven Palace was in a dilapidated mess, and the flowing time temple of Yang Shao and Yang Shui was temporarily summoned as a meeting place. The temple was suspended in mid-air. In the main hall, the great emperors, the 2 elders of the dragon race, and the descendant of Tianxing, Zhang Ruoxi, were all present. The highest forces of the star boundary had gathered together to discuss matters. Li Wui stood in the hall and reported that the aftermath of the war had been cleaned up. The survivors of the star boundary were now stationed outside the High Heaven Palace. Some were recuperating, and some were looking forward to the future. The only thing that made it difficult for him was how to deal with the demon race that was still alive. The demon race, such as the half-saint Baizhua and Baiya who were under the control of the great demon god, could not be blamed for their betrayal. However, the army of the demon race had killed many people of the star boundary. Now that the demon race had lost its momentum, it was really difficult to decide whether to kill the surviving members of the demon race or not. If they were to be killed, they would have absolutely no power to resist. Now that most of the demon saint were dead, and the remaining 3 had already defected to the star boundary, they would not stop the great emperors if they really wanted to kill them. The key was that there were a lot of them, more than 10 million of them. If they were to be killed, who would bear the responsibility? If they did not kill them, how would they explain it to the people of the star boundary who had died? Li Wui could not make the decision, so he could only come and ask the great emperors. In the main hall, the great emperor's divine senses surged as they silently communicated with each other. After a while, Zhang Wuhen said, "When 2 armies fight, each side has its own master, so casualties are inevitable. Now that the overall situation has been decided, let them live. However, the star boundary will not take them in. The Void Master will deal with this matter." Yes, Li Wui bowed, understanding in his heart. Previously, Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour the entire demon territory, and in the territory of the sealed world bead, many members of the demon race had been kept. Now, letting Yang Kai take the 10 million captives into the sealed world bead was understandable. It could be considered a way out. Li Wui withdrew and conveyed the decision here to Yu Ruming and the others, and began to arrange a way out for the demon race. In the main hall, Zhang Wuhen continued, "Yang Kai, I will have to trouble you with the demon race." Yang Kai nodded. "Iron Blood Master, rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Zhang Wuhen said, "The demon race is a small matter. Now, what we need to deal with is the mess of the star boundary. I believe I don't need to say it, as all of you have felt it during this time. The star boundary will not exist for long. Sooner or later, it will collapse and be destroyed. We need to find a way out for the humans of the star boundary first." Emo Huang said, "Since Yang Boy can refine the second demon territory, why can't he refine the second star boundary?" The situation of the demon territory was a lesson for the current star boundary. Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour the continents of the demon territory. Now, the third territory of the sealed world bead could be said to be the second demon territory. If he imitated the previous method and used the sealed world bead to devour the entire star boundary, he could naturally create a second star boundary. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. It's possible, but unless there is no other choice, it's better not to do so. Why? Emo Huang was puzzled. Although the second demon territory has been formed, it is trapped in the small sealed world. I haven't thought of a good way to separate it. If we devour the star boundary, I'm afraid it will cause unexpected consequences. Moreover, the feeling that the second demon area gives me is somewhat different from the original demon area. Heaven and earth have just been born, and the Dharma is not perfect. It may take a very long time to restore itself to its original state. That is a very long time. Zhang Wuhen heard this and said, "Let's leave this method as a last resort. If we really can't find a way out, this is the only way. Master, forgive me for saying too much, but the star boundary should still be salvageable." Zhang Ruo, she suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to look at her, and their expressions all brightened. Zhang Wuhen asked, "Young lady, do you have a way to save it?" Although Zhang Ruo, she was not one of the great emperors, she had the strength of great emperors. What's more, she had inherited Tianxing's memories and inheritance, so she had knowledge and vision beyond the universe. Since she said so at this moment, it was certainly not without reason. "I can't guarantee it, but there is indeed a way in my memories. There's no harm in saying it. The current situation of the star boundary is not bad. If there is really a way to save the star boundary, then young lady will be this world's benefactor." Zhang Ruoshi smiled and said, "Master, you are too serious. I was born and raised in this world, so it is my duty to contribute to the star boundary. After a pause, she continued, the current situation of the star boundary is caused by the aftermath of the previous battle and the loss of spirit auspiciousness. In fact, the main reason is the latter. When a world principle loses its spirit auspiciousness, it will lose its vitality, and the world principles will be broken, so it will lose its ability to repair itself. On the other hand, if the world principle can be restored to its vitality and spirit auspiciousness reappears, it will be able to repair itself. No matter how broken the world principle is, it will be restored to its original state. Chapter 38:22. So the key is how to restore the vitality of this world? The flowery great emperor's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. Exactly. After a short pause, she continued, I don't know if Master has ever thought about this. Emo Sheng once devoured the auspicious spirit of the demon territory. At that time, the demon territory was powerless to resist. In other words, he succeeded at that time. The situation in the demon territory should have been more serious than the star boundary today. But why did the demon territory still exist in the end? Yang Kai crossed his arms and smiled. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Zhang Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. It's because of living beings. Living beings? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The auspicious spirit of the demon territory was once devoured, but the living beings in the demon territory did not go extinct. As long as living beings exist, the vitality of the demon territory is still there, and the lost auspicious spirit can slowly be restored. The only thing I don't understand is, since the demon territory still has auspicious spirit, why did Emo Sheng come to the star boundary? Yang Kai explained, you haven't been to the demon territory, so you don't understand the situation in the demon territory. The demon territory has already fallen apart because of the battle between Emo Sheng and the flowing time great emperors. The entire universe world has turned into many continents, and some of them have even lost their vitality and were devoured by the void. So that's how it is. Zhang Ruoxi understood. Then it's not difficult to explain why he went so far away. Zhan Wuhin forgot about Zhang Ruoxi. According to what you said, as long as there are enough living beings in the star boundary, then this world will have a chance to recover? That should be right. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. Zhan Wuhin turned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, I remember that your sealed world bead once contained many people from the star boundary, right? Yang Kai said, I'll do it right away. During the War of the Two Realms, he had indeed taken in many homeless people from the star boundary. Now, the first frontier territory of the small sealed world was already overcrowded with people. Not only him, but the one realm bead of the various commanders had also taken in many people. These people weren't very strong and couldn't be of much use in the War of the Two Realms. They couldn't be left alone to be tormented by the demon race, so they had managed to survive until now after being absorbed into the sealed world bead, or the one realm bead. He didn't expect that he would have to rely on their strength to rebuild the astral boundary. I'm going to talk to Wukong. If you want people, you can have as many as you want in Wukong, Duan Hongchun said as he stood up and strode out. Wukong had used the ancestral territory as its core to refine and integrate all the territory of the lower plane stars. In those lower plane stars' territory, there were countless creatures. Now that the star boundary was empty, it was a good opportunity for him to get some people to replenish it. Presumably, he wouldn't refuse. Zhang Ruoxi said, but even if this is a solution, it won't be effective in a short time. It may take a long time. Master, please be mentally prepared. Zhan Wuhin said, it doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as there is still hope. Yang Kai got up and said, I'm also going to settle the people in the sealed world bead. There's still the demon race to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Go. Zhan Wuhin waved his hand. Yang Kai got up and with a thought, disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a simple palace. This palace was 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace. Beside him was Yu Ming. Not far away, Chang Tian and Bai Liamo were also looking over. Husband, Yu Ming shouted. What did the great emperors say? Yang Kai patted her head and smiled. I'll deal with the demon race, Yuru Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was also a member of the demon race. Although many of her clansmen who were still alive were enemies of the Star Boundary, they were basically just following orders and couldn't make their own decisions. Now that the Star Boundary had won and the demon territory had suffered a crushing defeat, it was understandable if the Star Boundary wanted to kill them all. But if that was really the case, as a demon saint, she couldn't help but feel sad. Since it was handed over to Yang Kai to deal with, it meant that the result wouldn't be too pessimistic. Sure enough, under the gaze of Bai Liamo and Chang Tian, Yang Kai said, "All members of the demon race will be taken into the small sealed world by me. They will not be allowed to take half a step into the Star Boundary." Chang Tian nodded. That would be for the best. Bai Liamo also breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by the three demon saints, Yang Kai took the surviving members of the demon race into the small sealed world and settled them in the third territory. An army of 10 million was thrown into the third territory, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Half a day had passed since he finished this. Afterwards, Yang Kai continued to rush to various parts of the Star Boundary, choosing places that were not too affected by the War of the Two Realms and releasing the natives of the Star Boundary he had taken into the small sealed world in batches, not hesitating to use his own strength to create a suitable environment for these humans to live and reproduce in. After more than 10 days of this, Yang Kai's footsteps traveled to all parts of the Star Boundary's territory. The sparks of fire had already been scattered. It was just unknown when it would become a prairie fire. However, this trip made Yang Kai more and more aware of the dilapidated state of the Star Boundary. When the War of the Two Realms had just begun, the reason why the Great Emperors and the Demon Saint had agreed not to take action was because they were afraid that if they fought too fiercely, it would cause irreparable damage to the Star Boundary. However, as the War of the Two Realms progressed and the Great Demon God returned, everything went out of control. More than half of the world's spirit was swallowed up. Its world principles were broken, the heavens and earth were falling apart, and the end of the world was everywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers of the past had all changed. The impact of the final battle with the great demon god could not be remedied without at least 10,000 years. Hopefully, Zhang Ruoxi's method would work. Although 10,000 years was a long time, it was still enough for a universe world. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai returned to the High Heaven Palace. As soon as he returned, he saw Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling and waving at him. Wukong was still a few thousand meters tall. He had just swallowed the great demon god's soul, so he probably had not fully digested what he had gained, so he could not shrink his body for the time being. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still flew over and hovered in front of him. "What's the matter?" "This king is leaving." Wukong grinned. "Leaving?" Yang Kai frowned. "Where are you going?" After asking, he reacted and asked in surprise, "Outside the universe?" Wukong nodded. "Do you want to know why this king continued to devour strength even though he was already the strongest master in the Star Boundary?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he continued, "Because the title of Great Emperors was undeserved, because this king felt that there was a higher martial Tao, because this king wanted to become stronger." The flowing time Great Emperor was not the only one who comprehended the mysteries of the universe. Yang Kai gently nodded. Before he became a Great Emperor, he thought that the Great Emperors were a higher realm, the pinnacle of martial Tao, but now that he was in this position, he knew that Wukong was not lying. The Great Demon God was right. The so-called Great Emperors were just a title, not a realm. At the peak of the Emperor realm, those who were qualified to touch upon the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm were the false emperors. And among the false emperors, there were very few who were recognized by the heavens and had the qualifications to use the power of the heavens and earth. They were the great emperors. The current him, including Zhan Wuhen and the others, were such a group of existences. And Wukong, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, had pushed open the door to the heaven-opening realm by himself, walking in front of everyone. Yang Kai even suspected that the flowing time Great Emperor had already reached the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, how could he have crushed the great demon god? "In the past, I was ignorant and didn't know that there was a heavens beyond the universe. But now that I know that there are so many wonderful things outside the universe, how can this king not appreciate them? Although the star boundary is big, it is only a corner of the vast universe. It can't trap dragons like you and me. Yang Kai was flattered and repeatedly waved his hand. I don't dare to walk side by side with your highness, Wukong said. It's not that you don't dare, it's that you don't want to. He also knew that his reputation wasn't very good, so he sneered. This king pursues the martial Tao. The so-called secret arts are nothing more than methods. As long as they are useful, I don't care what methods they are. The others are just a bunch of old bastards, so this king doesn't care about them. But you, Junior, are a bit interesting. Your aptitude isn't the best, but you were able to become one of the great emperors at such a young age. I'm afraid your future is limitless. Although this king has now swallowed that emotion and has a higher cultivation level than you, in time, I really don't have the confidence to walk ahead of you. You also have times when you don't have confidence? Yang Kai was surprised. There are always monsters in this world. Wukong chuckled and pointed at him with a huge finger. You are one of them. I'll take that as a compliment. Yang Kai shrugged, thinking to himself that a proud and arrogant person like Wukong had probably never praised others before. I'll wait for you outside Shinkuing. I hope we can meet again one day. As he spoke, Wukong stood up. His several hundred feet tall body blocked the sun above Yang Kai's head. Wait a minute. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and looked up at him, saying, What about the territory of the lower plains that you refined? Do you want to take it with you? I don't care about the others, but what about my Hung Luo starfield? Wukong chuckled. I refined it before because I wanted to find a way out. Now that the way is under my feet, the territory of the lower plains is useless. This king has already handed it over to that old guy Duan Hongchun. You can ask him. That's good. Yang Kai was relieved. There was no need to ask Duan Hongchun for confirmation. Since Wukong said so, he probably wouldn't lie to him. Boy, work hard. Wukong bowed his head and smiled again. He immediately took a step forward. His body looked heavy and clumsy, but with each step he took, there seemed to be an invisible staircase in the void that allowed him to climb it. After a while, the huge figure disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai crossed his arms and watched him leave with a smile on his face. He's gone? Suddenly, Duan Hongqin's voice came from beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the great emperors of the star boundary, the two elders of the dragon race, Zhang Ruoxi, and even Xiao Xiao ran over. But at this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were sitting on Zhang Ruoxi's shoulder. Chapter 38-23. Let's go. Yang Kai responded and stretched out his hand to tease Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately climbed up his arm. It was hard to imagine that such a little guy could actually transform into a giant like Tai Yu and wrestle with the great demon god. In the previous battle, Tai Yu had been beaten to the point of disintegration twice. Although his life was not in danger now, like many great emperors, he needed to recuperate and rest. He left in such a carefree manner. Duan Hongchun couldn't help laughing. It's good that he left. The great emperors of the flowery shadow breathed a sigh of relief and quietly glanced at Zhan Wuhen as they spoke. Zhan Wuhen stared coldly in the direction of Wukong's departure, a trace of murderous intent faintly visible in his eyes. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, 4 great emperors died at the hands of Wukong, and one of them, the Blue Lotus Great Emperor, was Zhan Wuhen's best friend. So Zhan Wuhen hated Wukong to the bone and hated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics even more. Among the Great Emperors, no one hated Wukong more than Zhan Wuhen. If possible, he would not mind fighting to the death with Wukong to avenge his dead friend. However, when the great demon god wreaked havoc, all the forces of the star boundary had gathered into a rope. So Zhan Wuhen could only put aside his personal grudges. Now, the star boundary could not withstand any more torment. Moreover, Wukong had devoured emotion. So with Zhan Wuhen's current strength, there was nothing he could do to him. It's good that he left. It's good that he left. Duan Hongchun couldn't help but nod his head. All these years of sharing a body with Wukong, he had been stifled. Now that Wukong also had his own body, he could be considered to have completely gotten rid of Wukong. The only thing that annoyed him was that during the previous battle, Wukong had used his body to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devoured the great demon god's essence, chi, and soul. Although this had brought him many benefits, it had also left behind some hidden dangers, so there were pros and cons. I don't know when we'll meet again, Yang Kai said casually as he teased Xiao Xiao. Perhaps they would never have the chance to meet again? The universe was vast and boundless. Even if he were to jump out of the shackles of the universe one day and go to the world outside of the universe, what were the chances of them meeting each other? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Everyone else also noticed this at this moment, and when they looked up, they saw a black dot rapidly falling from the sky, carrying with it a fierce aura. The black dot rapidly enlarged in everyone's field of vision and soon became a giant several thousand meters tall. Who else could it be but Wukong, who had just left? Yang Kai put Xiao Xiao on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Wukong's expression was a little strange at this moment, but it was more dignified than anything else as he said, "You'd better come with me. I'm afraid that the star boundary is in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Zhan Wu Hen's face sank. "Follow me and you'll know." Wukong didn't say much, turned around, and flew out of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at each other and quickly conversed with their divine senses for a while before Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he was the first to follow. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Zhan Wu Hen transmitted his voice, obviously still a little worried about Wukong's character, but he still followed. A dozen or so figures set off majestically towards the outside of heaven and earth. The higher they went, the more they felt an invisible resistance, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's shoulders, as if it wanted to push them back. "It's a lot weaker," Mo Huang couldn't help but sigh. "Is this also the result of the world's principles being broken?" "It should be," Zhan Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for so many years. How could they not have tried to go out of heaven and earth and see the outside world? Not only had they tried, but more than once. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of invisible resistance. Every time they wanted to leave the star boundary, they would encounter it. However, this time was different from before. The resistance was clearly much weaker. This resistance was undoubtedly the shackles of heaven and earth. Those who were not strong enough could not break free from this shackle and jump out of heaven and earth. The great emperors all had this ability, but if they jumped out of heaven and earth, they would lose the support of heaven and earth, and the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. The world outside heaven and earth was incomparably dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to persist for long before they had to return. Therefore, before the arrival of the great demon god, the great emperors knew nothing about the world outside heaven and earth. After a dozen or so breaths of time, everyone felt their bodies relax, and the invisible pressure disappeared. At the same time, the connection with heaven and earth became very weak. But at this moment, a muffled, thunderous sound entered everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a strong gust of wind blew towards them. The gust of wind was so strong that even the great emperors couldn't keep their balance. They were blown all over the place. After a long time, the gust of wind subsided, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wukong lowered his head and led the way, not explaining anything. After a while, Wukong suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." As soon as his words fell, an extremely strong suction force came from the front, pulling everyone's figures involuntarily in that direction. The great emperor's expressions suddenly became brilliant. Although they were now unable to use heaven and earth force without the support of heaven and earth, their respective foundations were still there. What kind of suction force was it that made them unable to escape? Fortunately, this suction force was the same as the gust of wind just now. It came strangely and left quickly, stopping after a while. However, before they could relax, the muffled thunderous sound came again, followed by another gust of wind. Yang Kai's expression was strange, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. "Heh, we're here." Wukong suddenly chuckled, and then stepped aside to reveal the scene in front of them. What they saw stunned everyone, and even Yang Kai was dumbfounded. In the void in front of them, an incomparably huge figure was lying horizontally, like a rolling mountain range. Wukong, who was now thousands of meters tall, still looked like a child in front of this figure. This was an incomparably terrifying giant. In front of everyone's eyes, the giant breathed in and out. When he exhaled, the astral wind gushing out from his mouth and nose turned into sharp blades that swept through the void, and when he breathed in, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was affected. The muffled, thunderous sound was actually the giant's snoring, and from the giant's body, an incredible aura, one so powerful that even the great emperors felt despair, one that was countless times stronger than the great demon god at his peak, spread out. In front of this aura, even the two elders of the dragon race felt like two insects. What is this? The great emperor's Hua and couldn't help but gulp as her pretty face turned pale. Even when facing the great demon god, she didn't feel so powerless. But this giant lying horizontally in front of her could easily crush her with a single finger. Zhang Wuhen's face was also extremely solemn, and the expressions of the other great emperors weren't much better. No matter what kind of existence this sleeping giant was, the current astral boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Furthermore, the place where he was sleeping was so close to the astral boundary that everyone even suspected that if he breathed out even more fiercely, the astral boundary would be blown away by him. Only Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected to see this guy again so soon. It hadn't been long since he last saw this guy, and Yang Kai remembered that after bidding farewell to him at that time, he ran off into the distance. How could he still be here? A descendant of Tian Xing, you should recognize him, right? Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi and chuckled. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. Zhang Wuhen frowned and asked, Miss Ruoxi, what is this? Before seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Wuhen had never thought that such a huge creature would exist in this world. Giant god spirits. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she smiled bitterly. The star boundary is really in trouble this time. What do you mean? Zhang Wuhen frowned and lowered his voice, fearing that he would wake up the giant god spirit. Zhang Ruoxi explained, in the world outside the universe, the giant god spirits are a very strange race. They are innately powerful and almost stand at the top of the entire universe. Except for a few equally powerful existences, no one is their opponent. How does the great demon god compare? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly. Even when the great demon god was at his peak, the giant god spirits could kill him with a single palm. Zhang Wuhen's face sank when he heard this. The information Zhang Ruoxi knew undoubtedly came from Tianxing's memories. Since the giant god spirits were so powerful, how could the star boundary be their opponent? Just the resurrection of the great demon god almost shattered the star boundary, and the great demon god wasn't even at his peak at that time. The fact that this giant god spirit could kill the great demon god at his peak with a single palm meant that its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Should we make the first move? Mo Huang was eager to try. The giant in front of them was still sleeping. If everyone attacked with all their strength, they might have a chance. Don't! Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly stopped him. Although the giant divine spirit clan is powerful, they are naturally kind and never fight with others under normal circumstances. Moreover, although they are powerful, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. They have always been relatively simple. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi nodded her head. Then why did he come to my star boundary? Zhang Wuhen was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, the giant god spirit race has no fixed abode. They wander outside the universe all their lives in search of food. I'm afraid he came here to look for food. What do they want to eat? The dead universe world. The dead universe world? Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows. Yes, they have a very special talent called the divine technique. Even if they are very far away, they can smell the aura of a world that is about to die. Every time this happens, they will rush over and wait quietly. When the world dies, they will eat it. Chapter 38:24. Everyone gasped when they heard this because such an inconceivable matter was simply unheard of and unseen. Exactly what sort of living being is this? It's actually capable of feeding on a world that has already perished. Now that this guy had appeared here, Didn't it mean that he had smelled the dying aura of the star boundary? Everyone was horrified, but Yang Kai remembered something. The last time he met this big guy in this vast universe, it was also sleeping. In the end, after he used the sealed world bead to devour the demon territory, he was almost sucked into its stomach as soon as he came out. He still remembered that this guy looked at the void where the demon territory had disappeared with a melancholy look. He still remembered that this guy was eating the One Realm bead happily. He didn't quite understand why before, but now that he heard Zhang Ruoxi's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The demon territory was also in a state of dying at that time. He must have smelled the unique aura, so he rushed to the vicinity of the demon territory and fell into a deep sleep to wait. As a result, he was plucked by Yang Kai. After he woke up, he looked at the original location of the demon territory and said, "It's gone. Why is it gone?" The reason why he came back and stayed near the star boundary should be that the previous battle had caused the star boundary to become unstable and show signs of falling apart. He was waiting here, waiting to feed on the dead star boundary. If what you said is true, isn't this guy invincible? Is it possible to drive him away? Zhan Wuhen frowned. He and the others were trying to rebuild the star boundary and restore its vitality and spirit, but there was a giant god spirit here, eyeing them covetously. No one would be too relieved. What if this guy didn't play by the rules and woke up to devour the star boundary? At that time, the star boundary wouldn't even have the power to resist. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. That's impossible. The giant god spirit's thinking is simple. His life's pursuit is the dead universe worlds. No one can do anything about it. Then what should we do? We can't beat him, and we can't drive him away. Are we going to wait for death here? Imo Huang glared. Zhang Ruoxi said, "The only thing we can do now is to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. As long as the star boundary is still alive, the giant god spirit won't do anything. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, this race really doesn't like fighting. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke him." Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. The giant divine spirit clan is extremely rare. Even outside the universe, it is very difficult to encounter one. My ancestor had only seen him once from a distance and had never come into close contact with him. However, with his huge size and powerful strength, it is common for him to sleep for hundreds or thousands of years or even longer. That said, it is not impossible for him to suddenly wake up. Hundreds or thousands of years. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. Then let's do this first. Everyone, don't disturb him. Before he wakes up, let's do our best to restore the vitality of the star boundary. If he wakes up and finds that the star boundary is still alive, he will probably stop eyeing it. But hundreds or thousands of years. How much could the star boundary recover? Based on the current mess of the star boundary, it would take at least 10,000 years to restore some yuan qi. Everyone nodded. In the face of such a behemoth and terrifying existence, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke him. They hoped that this guy would sleep here until the end of time. Except for one person. As Zhan Wuhen spoke, he flew straight towards the giant god spirit. Everyone turned their heads to look, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. However, as Yang Kai approached, everyone's expressions changed. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" Yang Kai waved his hand at him. Taking advantage of the giant god spirit's breathing, he flew into the huge nostrils along with the strong airflow. The next moment, a dragon roar sounded, and a golden dragon head flashed. A 2.5 feet long dragon body appeared. He grabbed a strand of hair from the nose and swung it to the meat wall at the side. He waved his huge fist, and under everyone's horrified gaze, he smashed it down fiercely. That punch hit the giant god spirit's nose, but the hearts of Zhan Wuhen and the others jumped violently. The great emperor's faces all turned pale, and their hearts almost jumped out. Wukong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've got guts!" His figure flickered, and he quickly escaped, flying thousands of miles away. Looking from afar, he still didn't feel safe, so he retreated a lot. Under that punch, the giant god spirit's nose twitched violently a few times, and he sneezed. The violent airflow blew Yang Kai away, and his 200 feet long body was out of control. He spun and disappeared without a trace. However, after receiving this blow, the giant god spirit showed no signs of waking up. He just turned over and continued to sleep. A moment later, Yang Kai turned back and looked at the sleeping giant god spirit. He rubbed his head, a little puzzled. Last time, he had woken this guy up like this. Why didn't it work this time? Yang Kai, come back. Zhang Wuhin had a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, Yang Kai's blow just now had no effect. Otherwise, how could these people still be alive? And through that blow just now, he also intuitively experienced the terrifying power of this giant god spirit. No one could withstand Yang Kai's punch head-on, but the giant god spirit's soft flesh was attacked as if nothing had happened. It was simply unimaginable. Iron Blood Master, don't be impatient. Leave this matter to me. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear. Zhang Wuhin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He asked in horror, what is he going to do? There was no need for anyone to answer. Yang Kai had already grasped the spearhead, held it upside down, and smashed the huge blue dragon spear into the giant god spirit's bald head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the sound shook the surroundings. After receiving this blow, a small bump appeared on the giant god spirit's bald head, and his eyes that had been closed slowly opened, showing signs of waking up. Yang Kai held the spear and stood in front of his big face, constantly poking the other party's face with the blue dragon spear, shouting recklessly, wake up, wake up, ha 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 ha. Wukong, who was watching from a distance, let out an unconscious chuckle. A voice in his heart kept reminding him to escape from this place, the sooner the better, but his curiosity made him stop and watch. The great emperors, the two elders of the dragon race, and even Zhang Ruoshi, all had different expressions on their faces. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant god spirit up. Obviously, he had something to rely on, so everyone could only wait and see. The giant god spirit finally opened his eyes. His two huge eyes were like two small suns, piercing people's souls to the point of trembling. His gaze was also extremely fierce. He had been awakened from a deep sleep, and there was even more monstrous anger that seemed to be able to burn the void. The huge body slowly sat up straight, staring fiercely at Yang Kai in front of him, then raised his hand to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge and was caught, but with a grin on his face, he shouted, Ada, it's me. Ada's expression was still a little dazed, as if he had not completely woken up. Hearing the voice, his huge ears twitched. Then he took Yang Kai in front of his eyes and looked at him carefully. After a while, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Ada recognizes you. It's me. It's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he knocked the back of Ada's hand with the blue dragon spear, reminding him that this spear was given to him by him. Ha ha ha, Ada recognizes you. Ada laughed even more happily. It's good that you recognize me. Yang Kai jumped out of his palm and stood on his wrist. Putting the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, he raised his head and asked, Why are you back? Didn't you leave already? Ada was stunned for a moment. Then with a bitter face, he touched his stomach with his other hand. I'm hungry. Ada is hungry. Are you looking for food? Yang Kai asked. Ada nodded. Ada is looking for food. You want to eat that? Yang Kai pointed behind him. It was the direction of the astral world. Even without the divine technique of the giant god clan, Yang Kai could feel the lifeless and broken world of that world. Ada nodded again. He was very happy. Eat that? As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out, and his mouth made a slurping sound. Yang Kai put on a straight face. You can't eat that. Ada frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little angry. The giant god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and wandered in the world outside of the universe all their lives. What they pursued was the dead universe of the universe. Even if they were not very smart, when they suddenly heard Yang Kai say that, they were not very happy. They said in a muffled voice, Ada wants to eat. You can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Ada glared. If I say you can't eat, you can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Seeing Yang Kai quarreling with this guy like a child, everyone was horrified, but they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Ruo, she had said before that the giant divine spirit clan's thinking was relatively simple, so no one had any direct experience of it. Now that they saw this big guy's performance, they realized that Zhang Ruo, she was right. This guy in front of them was more than simple. He was just like a child. Hua Linglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai knew him before. How did they know each other? It was hard to imagine that Yang Kai had the guts to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What made her more concerned was when Yang Kai became acquainted with this giant god clan, and it seemed that he even knew the other party's name. No one could answer this question. Zhang Wuhin suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruoshi. Are you nervous? Since Yang Kai knows this Ada, he shouldn't be in any danger, right? Zhang Ruo, she shook her head slowly. It's true that the giant god clan's mind is simple, just like a child. But master, you should also know about children. A child's face, like the weather in March, can change at will. Chapter 38-25. The giant god spirit Ada's face didn't change, but the faces of the great emperors changed first. Zhang Ruo, she was right. The giant god spirit's mind was as simple as a child, but in other words, he was temperamental. Yang Kai was recklessly arguing with him, and if he was provoked, how could he end up well? Zhang Ruo, she was nervous, but at this time, no one dared to intervene. Yang Kai knew the giant god spirit Ada, so it was best to leave this matter to him. No matter what the final result was, the star boundary could only passively accept it. If others rashly intervened, it was very likely to cause problems. I can't get through to you. On the other side, Yang Kai and Ada quarreled for a long time. Ada stretched out his hand to scratch his face and turned his head to the side, pretending to look at them as if nothing had happened. But when he found that Yang Kai was staring at him, he quickly looked away, seemingly a little guilty. Yang Kai said helplessly, Ada, that's my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore. Do you understand? Ada touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Yang Kai couldn't wait to stab this guy to death. After a while of anger, he paced on Ada's arm, stopped, and tilted his head. You won't be hungry if there's food, right? Food? Ada's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head at once, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. Just you wait. After leaving this sentence, Yang Kai turned around and flew back the way he came. After a while, he returned to everyone and said with a speechless face, It's a little troublesome. Zhang Wuhin said, If he wants to eat, where are you going to find it for him? They all saw the exchange between Yang Kai and Ada just now, and they all knew what Yang Kai was planning, but where could they find something like a dead world? It's not difficult to find something for him to eat, but it can only appease him for a while. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of the star boundary, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this guy away. It's fine if we can pacify him for the time being. At worst, we can slowly think of a way in the future. Yang Kai nodded. That's the only way. This guy has a one-track mind. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Hongchun and said, If we want to appease him, we can only rely on Master Hongchun. Me? Duan Hongchun was stunned. Death Star. Yang Kai explained, the last time I met him, I gave him some one-realm bead, and he liked it very much. I refined the one-realm bead using meteorites and dead stars from the lower realm. Since he ate the one-realm bead, he definitely wouldn't dislike those dead stars. Or rather, those dead stars were exactly what he wanted. Hearing Yang Kai's explanation, Duan Hongchun suddenly understood. Wait a moment. Now that all the territory of the lower realms had been refined by Wukong, he had originally planned to use this method to take a peek at the door to a higher level of martial arts. Now that he had obtained the great demonic god's body, he didn't need to waste time on this. Moreover, he had refined Duan Hongchun's body with the help of Duan Hongchun's body, and now he had left the refined universe world to Duan Hongchun. There were countless dead stars in the lower realms territory, and Duan Hongchun could easily find a few of them. Moreover, even if they didn't have these dead stars, it wouldn't affect the territory of the other major realms. Not long after, more than a dozen chess pieces appeared in Duan Hongchun's hands. They were all refined from dead stars. Wukong could use the star field as a board and the stars as chess pieces. Duan Hongchun had experienced all this with him, so he could naturally do the same. Give me more. Yang Kai took them. Duan Hongchun lowered his head and busied himself again. After a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew toward Ada. Ada looked at Yang Kai expectantly, and his face was full of excitement. Open your mouth. Yang Kai flew in front of him and ordered. Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like a huge black hole. Zhan Wuhin and the others were frightened. Raising his hand, Ada placed a chess piece into his mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chewed with a crunch sound. His face was full of exultation, and even his bald head seemed to become brighter. Not long after, a dead star entered his stomach, but Ada still looked unsatisfied. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately placed another chess piece. In the void, the gigantic giant god spirit was munching on one dead star after another. The sound made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Time passed, and the chess pieces in Yang Kai's hands decreased one by one. Sensing that the time was right, Yang Kai said, Ada, we're friends, right? Friends? Ada was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. He obviously didn't understand this word. Since you've eaten my things, then you're my friend. Yang Kai tempted him and raised the black dragon spear again. You gave me the spear, so I'm your friend too. Ada thought seriously for a while and grinned. Friend, friend. Yang Kai threw a chess piece into his mouth and nodded. Since we're friends, then it's easy. Look over there. He pointed at the direction of the astral world. That's my home, and you're my friend. So that's your home. A home is a place to rest when you're tired outside. Without a home, you won't have a place to return to, so you can't eat in that place. Do you understand? Ada shook his head like a rattle drum. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, remember that it's not your food. It's very important to me and you, so you have to protect it well. Seeing that Ada still wanted to shake his head, Yang Kai was furious. Do you still want to eat? Ada's huge body suddenly froze, and he blurted out, Yes, that's right. If you want to eat in the future, I'll send it to you, but you can't eat in that place. Yang Kai held a chess piece in his hand and waved it in front of Ada and said, Do you remember now? Ada's eyes followed the chess piece, and he nodded heavily. Yes. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. Yang Kai threw out the last chess piece in his hand and clapped his hands. That's all. Ada suddenly looked disappointed, and he touched his belly. Obviously, he wasn't full. Go and rest first. I'll bring you delicious food another day. Oh. Ada smacked his lips, and he was very obedient. He lay down at once, and almost the moment he lay down, he started snoring. Yang Kai flew back with cold sweat on his forehead, and soon met up with the others. Without stopping, they went straight to the astral world. After a while, they returned to the flowing time temple. Standing in front of the temple and looking up, they still felt that it was unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was a huge giant lying in the void outside of the universe, waiting for the astral world to die out so that he could eat it. Yang Kai sighed. For the time being, we've calmed him down, but what should we do in the future? Master, please come up with an idea as soon as possible. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill frowned. I've observed Ada's nature. Although we've calmed him down and made a promise, we don't know if he'll go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai said, I'm worried about this. If he goes back on his word, we can't do anything to him. But since it's a child's nature, as long as we guide him and let him know that he can't eat the astral world, it's possible to avoid future troubles. How do we guide him? The great emperors of Serene Soul asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, If he likes to eat, then feed him. When he eats, guide him. Just like what I did just now. If we do it a few more times, he should be able to remember it. Zhan Wuhen said in a deep voice, But this method is pinning our hopes on others. Although it's a plan, it's not a long-term one. It's best to let the astral world recover its vitality as soon as possible. Miss Ruo, she also said that the giant divine spirit clan is only interested in those dead worlds. The reason why Ada came here should be because he smelled the scent of the astral world's destruction. As long as we can bring the astral world back to life, he will naturally leave. Mo Huang laughed and said, restoring the vitality of the astral world is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the creatures in the astral world have been greatly replenished, it will take time for the world principles to be perfected and self-repair. Moreover, whether this matter can be done or not, it will take time to verify. While everyone was discussing, a voice came from the sky. The giant divine spirit clan feeds on dead worlds. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, no one knows the life and death of worlds better than them. If you want to quickly restore the astral world, you might as well ask that blockhead. He might know something. Yang Kai looked up at the sky. Wukong, you haven't left yet? Wukong chuckled. I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the 3,000 worlds in the future. As he spoke, the powerful aura quickly disappeared. This time, he really left. The biggest scourge in the history of the astral world had left, but now an even bigger uninvited guest had arrived. However, Wukong's words before he left reminded everyone. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, do you know how to quickly restore the vitality of the astral world? Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I knew, I would definitely tell sir. However, what Wukong said just now is worth a try. I'll go ask, Yang Kai said, and was about to leave. Zhan Wuhin raised his hand and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. The giant divine spirit has just fallen asleep. If you disturb him again, it will be bad if he gets angry. Let's wait a little longer. There are still many things to deal with in the astral world. He turned his head to Duan Hongchun. Old Duan, transfer some creatures from the lower star territory first. We will work together to fill up all the places in the astral world that are still suitable for living. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I'll leave the space arrays and the like to you. The astral world's Yuan Qi has been greatly damaged. If we want to quickly restore its vitality, we have to rely on the surviving human race. Communication between them is very necessary. If there are enough space arrays to support it, I believe the astral world will recover faster. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's not a problem. He was now one of the great emperors of the void. Even if the astral world was broken and unstable, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he arranged a space array, he could connect the entire astral world in a very short time by himself. At that time, the people living in various parts of the astral world would be able to quickly travel back and forth. Chapter 38-26. After nearly 2 months of hard work, almost all the forces of the entire star boundary were mobilized. Even the masters of the great emperors were not idle and finally finished some miscellaneous tasks. Duan Hongchun had moved countless creatures from the lower star boundary's territory. Now, in the 4 territories of the star boundary, all the places suitable for living were filled with vitality. Yang Kai had also set up space arrays in these places where living creatures gathered. The 55 star boundary armies had been scattered, and they were free to choose where to settle down according to their respective sects and families. Yang Kai cast a spell to rebuild the High Heaven Palace. Although 70 to 80% of the original appearance of the High Heaven Palace was restored, it was still far inferior to the original. This was not something that could be seen in a short time. Just like the restoration of the star boundary, it would take a long time to accumulate and settle down. Lan Sun returned to the Southern Territory with the surviving members of the Star Soul Palace and began to rebuild the Star Soul Palace. Before leaving, she specially came to visit and expressed her gratitude. Xiaochen followed beside her with a face full of shame. Previously, he was bewitched by the great demon god, and the demonic thoughts in his heart were churning. At the critical moment of the final battle, he and Li Shiqing launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and almost made a big mistake. In the end, he was injured by Yang Kai. Although the sneak attack was not his original intention, if he had a clear mind, how could he have been corrupted by the demonic thoughts? After that experience, Xiao Chun seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Some of his edges seemed to have been ground away. It was unknown whether this was a blessing or a curse. The injuries he suffered had not healed yet, but there were no hidden dangers left. As long as he recuperated well in the future, there would be a day when he would recover. Armies and groups of people evacuated from the High Heaven Palace and scattered to various parts of the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in the High Heaven Palace. After such a disaster, the High Heaven Palace's 100,000 disciples were now left with less than 60,000, and this was because the High Heaven Palace's disciples had not cultivated for a long time and were not strong enough. Many of them were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai in advance to avoid the disaster. If the High Heaven Palace was like this, one could imagine the situation of the other sects. 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire astral boundary were empty. This was a real situation. The peace after the great battle made the people who had survived the purgatory of blood and fire feel unreal, but they also cherished the current peace. In the void, the giant divine spirit was munching on food. Yang Kai had transformed into his 2,000 feet long dragon form. He sat cross-legged in front of the giant divine spirit, holding a giant water sack and drinking from it. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the giant god spirit. His breath reeked of alcohol, which made Ada frown. The giant god spirit seemed to not eat anything other than those dead worlds. Yang Kai had tried to get him to drink some wine before, but Ada had mercilessly rejected him. He was also very repulsed by the fragrance of the wine. Ada, have you thought of any good solutions for my family's situation? This was the 3rd time that Yang Kai had come to ask. The first time, Ada didn't respond at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Yang Kai was asking. He didn't give an answer, only saying that he needed to think about it. This was the 3rd time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ada chuckled and chewed nonstop. Don't just eat, at least think of something for me. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. Haha. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Ruashi said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Yang Kai also didn't see anything. Yang Kai reached out and held his forehead. Forget it. You count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Yang Kai's body suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Ada was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically and did not look like he had spoken at all. Yang Kai almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's. There was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Yang Kai gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wan Zishan. Before the War of the Two Realms, Wan Zishan was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. His status was respected, his strength was good, and he had friends all over the world. After the War of the Two Realms, he became a legion commander and made more friends. In addition, this was the first joyous event after the war, so the Azure Sun Temple was full of guests today. Almost all the famous people in the Star Boundary were present, and no one was left out. Even the great emperors were present. The Star Boundary needed such a joyous event to inspire people. The world that had been ravaged by war needed this grand event to wash away the haze of the past. So today, Wan Zishan's wedding was wantonly organized by the entire Star Boundary. It could almost be said to be the biggest event in the history of the Star Boundary. When Yang Kai arrived at the Azure Sun Temple, the temple's disciples were busy outside the mountain gate, constantly welcoming and sending off guests, leading them into the temple one by one, and arranging them in a suitable position to wait for the banquet to begin. Yang Kai instantly felt the aura of several great emperors hidden on a mountain peak. Across the void, Yang Kai glanced over and clearly noticed that those people were also looking at him. Zhan Wuhin immediately asked in his ear, "How was it? Did you get anything out of them?" "The World Tree, I don't know anything else," Yang Kai replied. "The World Tree?" In the mountain hall, Zhan Wuhin frowned and looked around. Duan Hongchen and Imo Huang both slowly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. "I'll ask Ruoshi later, maybe she knows something," Yang Kai said. Zhan Wuhin nodded. "That's all we can do." However, this time was better than the previous 2 times. The first 2 times Yang Kai went to inquire, he got nothing. This time, at least he knew about the World Tree. This thing is very likely to be the key to restoring the astral boundary. But judging from the name, it seems to be a tree. Where should I start looking for it? After a brief exchange with Zhan Wuhin, Yang Kai didn't go through the mountain gate. Now that his identity was here, going through the mountain gate would definitely cause some unnecessary disturbances. Anyway, the Azure Sun Temple was half his home, so he didn't need to inform anyone if he wanted to go home. Turning his head to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak filled with purple chi. Purple bamboos covered the mountain, and the bamboo was covered with red silk. In front of the porch, under the eaves, there was a continuous stretch of red lanterns. The ground was covered with red carpet. On the spirit peak, a group of people were busy going in and out. Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting's spirit peak. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flashed directly into the mountain peak. Arriving in front of a loft, he smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Sister Gao, junior brother has come to congratulate you." The clamor inside suddenly subsided, and it became quiet. Even the busy womenfolk outside stopped and raised their heads in unison. In the next moment, a group of women rushed out of the loft. Yang Kai knew some, and some he had never seen before. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Void Master." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. A gentle force rolled out and helped everyone up. Then, he strode inside. "What are you doing?" A beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Ru Ming's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she looked up and down at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. "Giving a gift." Yang Kai blinked. "Ru Ming, why are you stopping me?" Ru Ming snorted. "Grow a brain. Even if I was born in the demon territory, I know that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What do you want to do here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am from the bride's family. Can I give a gift and the bride?" No. Ru Ming reached out and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai said, "You are a female devil. Why are you so particular? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I haven't seen how the bride is dressed yet. This time, I am here to broaden my horizons." Ru Ming did not let him go. "You will see them when they get married later. Now is not the time." While speaking, she called Su Yin and the others. Su Yin, Aluo, and the others naturally responded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several wives. Su Yin said, "Husband, Senior Sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any congratulatory gifts, our brother-in-law can pass them on." "You're rebelling." Kai Yang chuckled. Shanqing Luo said, "It is easy to see how the bride is dressed. After we go back, we sisters will dress up and let you see one by one. I just don't know if husband has the mood. Xianing Chong and Shui Yu's eyes lit up as they listened, full of expectation. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.